Hello and welcome back to Session 2 of the Umbral Harbingers. I'm your Dungeon Master, Nathan, and let's say hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. There has been quite a lot to get each of these 5 characters to where we are today, but first, I just want to hear everyone else's voice. I don't want to hear my own voice. So let's start by going around the table clockwise and just say your name and the character that you are playing, starting right here.
Hi, I'm Ayla. I'm playing Erithil.
Hi, I'm Justin. I'm playing Cypress.
Michael. Hi, I'm Michael. I'm not playing a character, but I'm sitting in.
Hi, I'm Trey, and I'm playing Mordecai Birchwood.
Hi, I'm Ben, and I'm playing Tom A. Turge.
Hi, I'm Jordan, and I'm playing Winton Rocher.
Yes, and I'm always glad that we get to hear all of the full names so that we can appreciate Tom A. Turge. Although I do like Mordecai Birchwood, that's a great name. So, let's go ahead and get ourselves back into the mood as we set the scene and remind ourselves why we are here. So, first, bit of a quick recap on the world itself. In the world of Ninestone, there are 8 stones. Gemstones that map to different schools of magic. You'll find enchantment, divination, abjuration, conjuration, and more. But the one we are focused on is a little different from the others. Black Jade, a stone that has the powerful capabilities of necromancy, of resurrection, of so many more perverted forms of magic that the rest of the world is still trying to grapple with the reality of this kind of presence in their world. And in fact, some researchers and scholars are trying to figure out what makes these shards so unique from the geological nature of the gemstones in the rest of the world. As a quick recap, last time we started off as Winton Rocher awakes dead on a battlefield covered in blood, discovering that with the Black Jade shard in his hand, he has been resurrected by some sort of power that whispers in his mind, a cacophony of voices, and compels him to go to the heart of the Umbral Corruption. Unfortunately, his former allies in the Ruby Empire believe him to be fully resurrected and evil, and so they attempt to kill him as he swiftly escapes. Then, we jet on over to the Lunar Conservatory where Tom discovers that his master, Audio Weaver, has gone missing in a mysterious disappearance in the middle of the night, right on the verge of an incredible breakthrough in the realm of discovering what really gives gemstones their magic and what makes Black Jade special. He takes off, eventually reuniting with his old friend Gaius Canilla, the now temporary headmaster of the Celestial Conservatory, in a bid to gain funding so he can go to the Black Jade Lords. There, he meets up with Aerie, who, in a desperate plea to try to bring back her long-lost friend and leader of the Emerald Insurgents, Sora, has decided to take it upon herself to take a lock of Sora's hair inside of a locket given to her by Kita to journey to the Black Jade Lords. And joining her is Cypress Oakweaver, who has discovered a few new things about gem weaving as a result of a conversation he had with Xananis Ethel. As the three of them journey to the Emerald Egalitary, they meet up with Mordecai Birchwood, a down-on-his-luck playwright who is trying with desperation to use a loaned camera from the Rose District Arts Institute in order to make a documentary, pulp non-fiction of sorts, as he captures what life is like truly outside of the pristine, rose-tinted walls of that district. And as the 4 of them journey down, they are eventually going to come across a tavern just on the outskirts of the Black Jade Lords, a place called Death's Draught, where desperate souls come, and only some choose to ever leave. This is where they are going to meet our friend Winton Rocher, who spent the last few weeks desperately trying to search around for anything that will grant him safe passage to the center of the Umbral Corruption. For every day, he grows a little bit more tired. Winton, I need you to lose 2 max HP.
All right.
Now, let's go ahead and set the mood. As the 4 of you dock on a ferry, the ferryman waves goodbye to you, accepts the coin for your passage, which we'll say was already provided through funding from Gaius, and you eventually take step onto a new kind of territory, a land that is much more harrowing than you could have possibly experienced. I'll give you a moment to collect yourselves, but if you were to look just ahead of you, you see something that none of you are completely familiar with. Behind you, if you were to look up, you would see that the weather behind you is, let's find out, is an average, relatively fair day. There's a bit of a haze in the atmosphere, but it's what you would expect living on Chrysalis. But immediately before you, there seems to be, it's not a fog, and it's not a barrier, it's something of a meld between the two. Like black smoke itself rises up in a vent-like motion in a circumference that goes up into the air in a semicircle and seems to jut down, creating a kind of a dome around the entrance to the Black Jade Lords. These wisps of black smoke swirl in and out. And right now, the four of you are about 100 feet from this barrier. I'll give you a moment to talk amongst yourselves before you decide whether or not you truly will enter the Black Jade Lords, a place that very few have ever truly returned.
Well, this is a greeting if I've ever seen one.
If we walk in that, we're probably not coming out.
Reeks of death.
I'm coming out.
I like your optimism.
Okay, well, who wants to go first?
Ari will take a step towards it.
Harry, why don't you roll me perception?
16.
You hear something in the mist. It's... Every time there's a swirling motion in the gas in front of you, you hear... There's voices coming from it. You can't, with the 16, make it out like exactly what is being said, but you know there are 10, 100, 1,000 voices that make up this barrier in front of you.
Ari kind of takes a deep breath at that, clutches her locket and steps through it.
The rest of you see as Ares' form cuts through this mist-like smoke, and you can barely make out her figure on the other side. She's not gone to you, but it's all muted colors. It's like a haze that pulls the saturation from the clothing she's wearing, from her hair. The three of you stand on the other side of the barrier.
Does it hurt?
Can I hear?
You can hear them, yes.
Does it hurt?
Well, since the three of you are waiting to see what happens, I might as well narrate this. Ari, on the other side, the voices grow to a fervor until you cut through them, and when your ears pass, it returns back to its muted whisper-like state. So it sounds like... And on the other side, two things hit you at once. The first is it feels cold. A brisk air around you brings you this feeling of dread. And it's dark. And there's not much color to be found, for the reason I explained. It's as if the sun's rays aren't fully making it to the color on your skin or your clothing or any of the objects you've brought with you. You can relay this back to them.
I do. It doesn't hurt. It's just cold here, both in body and mind.
So, Ari, you relay back to the group that it is cold beyond this mist, and the remainder of you three are still on the outside of the barrier. The sounds of this whispering smoke continue to fill the space. What did the rest of you do?
I have turned on my camera orb and want to go in, and I rolled a 22.
Okay, so on a 22 perception, you hear, remember that passing sensation of the sound picking up as you kick through. You're able to make out two statements as you're going through, amongst the hundreds of voices. And you hear the statement, "Bring her to me," and another statement that says, "Please save him." And you step through and you're on the other side. You could infer that your camera may have picked up on it.
Okay. I also head in.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
All of you feel these same sensations. Go ahead and roll perception. If you roll nat 20, you might get more than what you heard. I won't say it's important.
9.
24.
It's really good. You're going to hear similar statements to his. They're going to come from different voices with similar requests. It seems that the people, these spirits or voices, whatever they are in the air, they are making requests like in the split second they have your attention, and then they're just off. So,
Similar as in they're saying the same thing in different ways, or they're making different requests? for this?
you would infer they're different requests. I'll say, Cypress would be able to infer that they're different just from hearing a few statements. Same thing with Mordecai. So, you two are on the other side, and the breeze begins to pick up. And I want to describe to you just how foreign this landscape feels to you. The four of you look up, and it was noon when you first entered this area. You would have expected the sun to be directly overhead, with a singular, solid form of light that beams down, gives warmth to the earth, and provides color, texture to what you have in front of you. Instead, you look up into the sky, and a massive blanket of spirits, sprites, and souls, like a skyline, jet up and over, easily 5,000 feet above you, creating this barrier that must encapsulate the entirety of this subcontinent. Millions and millions of souls must be present, and they move like a tide in the sky, pulling towards some sort of bright light in the center, much dimmer than the sun, and then away. And every time that tide moves forward, it's like a body of light, like a waxing and waning of a moon takes place in just a matter of minutes. So in 3 minutes, you would see the entire world around you through the bright celestial lights of these souls get brighter and then dimmer. There's no sense of day. There's no sense of night. It's dark. And only by this moonlight, in quotes, made up of souls trying to push towards some central spot in the sky, are you able to even navigate these lands. And of course, with very little sunlight, it is very cold. Michael, you can shut the window now. And the curtains as well.
So is this something that we would have expected? Like, to have manifest souls that are just like ambient like this? Like, I imagine we would know that ghosts maybe exist, but to see something on that scale, is that something we would have known about going in? Yeah.
Without a roll, you would know that this is where people have said that souls reside when they die. So, yeah, maybe there's some like untethered souls that are here. Why don't you roll history to see how much more you know about it?
Sure. This isn't a D20. I shouldn't roll that. 17. No, 15.
Okay. So, Tom, you were reflecting on some of the things that you would read during your free time at the conservatory. It wasn't really a chief concern of yours. It was like the myth and the folklore and the legends and heroes that went or came from this particular place. And I think all that you would recollect about this is that these souls are not there of their own volition. You would have heard that they are trapped there by some force, probably necromantic, but maybe mythological. I mean, the people here worship the god Celeborn, and if he wishes to have control over their souls, then maybe that was something that he would have wanted. Now, for you, that could just be folklore or legend, but that's all you know.
And the point that they are going in and out of, is that towards what we believe is the center of the Black Jade Lords? I guess, is that south of us, or is it...
Yeah, why don't two of you roll survival and see if you can gauge direction. Actually, I'm going to have two of you roll survival with disadvantage.
Okay, who has...
Nami.
I have +4.
I'm not with y'all, so I can't.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it can't be written
I
just
have
yet.
+3. Alright.
Okay.
Go for it.
So disadvantage means
Dirty
the worst result of 2.
Dirty
You rolled
20.
twice? Very good.
Alright.
Yeah, we go to shot.
First was 10, my second one was 5.
So, Mordecai, you're standing there, you're really trying to gauge where this is coming from. We'll say Tom brought this up. It's like, do you know where those souls are going for? What is that? Where is that? Does that correspond to the center of the corruption? And none of you have been here. Maps of this location aren't very well documented. The map that you're holding in your hands, you'll largely understand due to your future conversation with Winton. Meanwhile, Cypress, you really hone in on something here. The tides of these spirits remind you of the tides of the waters around the Opal Refuge. And typically, fluid dynamics are relatively predictable. You can gauge where they're going to as a result of what must be the shape of this entire terrain. You're able to roughly approximate that wherever these tides are moving towards, which you can see thousands of feet in the sky, is roughly in the area of where the Umbral Corruption would be. The answer to Tom's question is yes.
Yes.
Let's go that way.
So, I'll just say, let's see if anything else happens.
Yes.
Feeling ectoplasm here.
Okay. Interesting. So, the four of you begin to move forward, and I'll say that you go down a road, and you're able to find, not too far along the way, we're going to say only about half a mile into the Blackjade Lords, is this place we've discussed, this Death's Draught. It's a tavern. And it's probably what you'd expect of a tavern that is inside of the Blackjade Lords. It is gray and dusty. When you walk up to it, you see that there's a sign on the front that reads Death's Draught, and it says one last chance for one last drink. And so as all of you are walking up to the sign, you notice that there are armored guards. They have halberds and are standed at each of the two doors. So 4 of these guards patrolling at once. They are vigilant. They also seem like no-nonsense, well-trained veterans. I'm going to skip some other details depending on where you go and what you decide to do. If you were to step inside, and I guess tell me if you, for whatever reason, don't step inside. You do not want to go inside. You want to do something else desperately first.
I want to go in.
Yeah, I assume we've heard that this place exists. There's a reason that
That's
we're
where
heading
guys
this
told us to go,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this is definitely the stop to. It's your last stock up shop before you end up hitting the actual pilgrimage that is the Blackjade Lords.
Yeah. I would want to ask the guards if they've seen anything unusual recently. Just like to get they've been here, we haven't been. See if there's anything strange.
Yeah.
Going
So
on,
one of them
lifts
lifts his helmet plate and he says, "How much are you paying for me to tell you something like that?"
I can do you one better. Consider it an investment. We're going deeper into the corruption. I'll come back and I'll tell you more of what things look like deeper in.
What's his countenance like? Okay. He silently looks at the other guard who's across from him at the doorpost, and then he looks back at you, holding his halberd in place, and he goes, "You'll come back, is that right?"
That's the plan.
He clangs his halberd against his chestplate armor. He's like, clang, clang. Can you even believe this guy? What were you expecting to come back as? You want to come back as a ghoul, a skeleton, a vampire? And then he notes your demeanor hasn't shifted. You seem serious. And then his smile loosens. And he goes, "Oh, you can't be serious.
Yeah.
Really? You're going to the Umbral Corruption?"
Yeah, we've got a great team. We've got these students, a filmmaker, and a high sorcerer.
I think he's gonna laugh again. He's just like, "Oh, wow. It's been a long time since I've laughed like that. In a way, I have to thank you for it." "Sure." And then his partner is going to say, "Hey, hold on. Nothing is free around here. If you want some information, you're either going to have to buy it off of us, or you're going to have to get clearance from Hellsa herself." And he gestures inward with his halberd.
I guess let's go get clearance.
I guess.
Okay.
Okay, you take a step in.
Yep.
Yeah.
The interior of Death's Draught is, in a way, a little bit more lively than you would have expected from the exterior. guards on the outside. You see that there are a few shipping containers of, or like carriages with crates and barrels and things that were used to ship various goods to this location. You can infer that these goods would have come from places like the Emerald Egalitary, ferried over and then delivered to this location, and that there might be some carriages from elsewhere that this place houses. But as you walk into the bar, you notice that there are easily 15 people in this place. A relative size, let's call it roughly 1,000 square feet. And as you see a wooden bar that is constructed in front of you, stools in front of it, let's say 5 additional tables that seat up to 4 people each, you even notice that there's a piano in the corner, not very well-tuned one. Actually, everything's random. It's a very well-tuned one. And there's somebody sitting there playing right now. It's a solemn dirge. He seems to be singing a song about 2 lovers that once knew each other, and then they were separated by time and are trying to find their way back. And it sort of goes on if you choose to listen further to it. And up at the bar, you notice that someone is serving drinks. There's a heavily armor-clad gentleman who is sitting at the bar and is talking with her. And I'm going to show you what she looks like first before we move forward. This is her. This is Hellsa. Hellsa is a tiefling wearing, who has like iron-clad long horns and has a necklace that has an ornate signature on it. Leather, essentially a leather light armor that goes across her chest within a white tunic that goes for the long sleeves. She is holding and fixing some torches that are inside of the establishment and is talking to, of course, this gentleman who is there standing with her. And you hear a little bit of their conversation as you walk up. It's not that easy, Winton. If you're going to find any access, it's going to require either enough Obols to pay off the toll, an agreement with one of the Blackjay Lords, which we know can't be done easily, or you're going to need to bribe them in some other way. And I don't recommend sneaking through. One does not simply walk into the Umbral Corruption. So, what is it that you were planning on doing anyways?
The Blackjay Lords don't want me in their lands in the first place. The only way in is to go in the ways that they don't see.
I might have the guy for you, but he's expensive. I don't know if you'll be able to afford him.
I'll offer up the jade on my neck if it will get me into the corruption, but it can only be given after we get there.
She looks at your black jade shard. Will you allow her to hold it?
I'm not taking it off my neck, but I will allow her to pull it up a bit.
So she lifts it to her face and she inspects it, and then she immediately jolts and drops it in front of you. You don't hear anything as it happens. And she goes, I don't know what that is. I've heard stories of souls imbuing different artifacts that people bring here, but that sounded like dozens of souls at once.
I know exactly what everyone here wants, right? The desperate, the downtrodden, they all come here for Black Jade.
There's a chance that might actually be helpful to one of the lords, but you're gonna have to send word for them. She walks outside, rings a bell. Ding, 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 ding! Vespa! Vespa, are you still here? And suddenly, you hear... and a bird lands just on the outside, perched above the actual signpost to the facility, and it is a walking, talking humanoid vulture-like creature. And he says, Hellsa, you could at least let me finish my drink before you gave me another assignment. And she says, I'm sorry, look, Winton has been a regular customer here. We want to treat him well as long as he's with us. Could you at least send this message for him? Say he's got a special artifact, an obol of spectacular proportion has multiple souls in it, and see if there are any takers. If you bring back word, then maybe we can negotiate for it. And he says, which one do you want me to go and speak to? And she says, start with King Grimthorn, and then you might need to go to the vampires after that. After that return, you don't have enough time to get down to Queen Seraphina. And he says, "Okay. Can I just go after I finish?" "Yes, finish." And he says, "Okay, good. I'll stock off in about 30 minutes and I'll take off." And he flies up to the top perch where it seems that he is downing some food and drinking one of the drinks. She turns back to you. "I'm not promising anything. They might think that this is an aberration and they wish to destroy it, but something tells me that Count Volmort will have a lot of interest in this particularly. He's the Lord of the Vampires."
And how long will it take for them to get word back to us?
3 days. Vesper's fast, but I mean, he has to avoid all of the Umbral Corruption beasts that have been kind of howling through over the last few months.
I don't have the time to waste on every little delay.
Well-
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to... I don't have much time, and it needs to be done as fast as possible.
You feel, as soon as you say this, you feel a kind of cold necrotic energy shoot through the chain of your necklace and into the base of your spine, and you start to feel whispers again.
Shut up.
And it makes you feel as though you are aging faster, as though your body's beginning to sort of deform in front of you. She says, "Well, if you want to solve that problem yourself, I recommend you go and find a way to seek direct counsel with King Grimthorn, or with Count Volholm, or anyone else. Good luck. I can't do much more than that, I'm afraid."
Thank you for what you've been able to provide. I truly appreciate it.
So, she then walks back inside and is a little startled to see the four of you there. She clearly doesn't recognize you, and she says, "Hello, welcome to Death's Draught. For many, this is the last stop. Can I ask what the four of you are here for?"
This is our first stop.
Come again?
Our first stop.
She eyes this camera that you seem to have floating by you. And actually, what would she know about this? She says, "Okay. What is that? Is that thing armed?"
This? Oh no, don't worry about it.
"Okay, we require all weapons to be either peace-tied or handed over to authorities inside of the establishment."
I promise you, this is not a weapon. I am merely documenting everything that I am seeing right now.
Roll me an easy persuasion check.
Do I see that? Do I know what it is? Do I see, like...
You're here. You're seeing all of this as it unfolds.
So do I know what this orb next to him is?
I guess roll a difficult history check, or just roll intelligence.
I rolled a 10.
Cool. She looks at you. She says, "All right. Just don't thrust it in the direction of our other patrons. The last thing we want is for these people to break out into some
Don't
sort of
worry,
fight."
it'll stay right here next to me.
Okay. She seems suspicious of you, but she's going to let that slide. "And what are the rest of you here for? You said this was your first stop?"
Yes?
Yeah, well, we're hoping to go further into, we would know what the Umbral Corruption is.
You know that it's called the Umbral Corruption.
We're hoping to go further into the Umbral Corruption.
She eyes Winton and then looks back at you, and she says, "Y'all aren't with this gentleman, are you?"
Should we be?
No.
The five of you sort of lock eyes here in a kind of an awkward distance next to the bar.
The way I look, I pale olive skin, black lines going down my body.
Great.
Shaved on the sides of my head with hair on the top and decorated in red armor of the Ruby Empire.
Oh, great.
Can I make an Arcana check to see kind of what's going on with this guy?
What are you trying to figure out?
Well, just like, usually you don't see people with black veins running down the side of their face. There's
Correct.
some sort of curse going on. At least initially, I'm trying to figure out if it's contagious.
Yeah. So are you my question is, are you examining any particular thing closely, or are you getting closer to him to do so?
Oh, I think I would just be standing where I am. Just
Cool.
like clock.
Go ahead and roll Arcana with disadvantage.
Okay. That's 17.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. So you didn't really study necromancy in any major aspect of your work at the Lunar Conservatory, and even you can tell this looks like some of the diagrams that you used to see in sort of your survey courses when you were going through the 8 schools of magic and kind of like how they work. This is definitely necrotic energy. it seems to be coming directly from this necklace that's around his neck. To your knowledge, with a 17, you're pretty confident, not sure, you're pretty confident that necrotic stuff like this is not contagious. It is usually as a result of a curse. It's a relationship, a decision, a spiritual moment. So it's not like transmitted through the air, so to speak. You're relatively sure.
Great.
So
I'll take it.
Helga? What?
Hellsa.
Helsa. Just asked, like, if they're with me, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You are not getting into the corruption anytime soon.
What makes you say that?
It's controlled by the Black Jade Lords, and they don't like people. They don't like me especially, but they don't like living people in general.
Well,
Not a fan of people either.
Yes.
Sorry, keep going.
It requires quite a bit of permissions, asks, favors that you are unlikely to have at this point, considering you're here and not in there. So, have fun talking to the people who want to kill you and raise you as their servants.
More bureaucratic nonsense.
Yeah, Winter has a point. Hellsa looks at you, still a little suspicious of your intentions. She says, most people who are traveling into the Umbral Corruption, it's because it's their dying rights. And a lot of the Black Jade Lords will let them do that freely because, frankly, it serves both parties well enough. But you don't seem to be in the same spirit where you're going to die. I remembered hearing you say that you were planning on returning. So they're a little uneasy about people going in and stirring up trouble in their own ruling spaces. Tell me, and she looks at you, Aerie, what exactly are you here for?
well, people come here when they're desperate, right?
Yes.
I'm as desperate as any. I lost someone dear to me, and in any case, if I can't get her back, then at least where I'm here saves the trip.
Oh, I see. This is to bring someone else back from the dead.
If I can.
That's a tall ask. I've heard a few stories of people being able to truly resurrect someone here.
She perks up.
She notes that. She says, you're going to need to have an extremely intimate knowledge of the person. You need to be very close with them, which it seems must be true.
Yes.
But you'll need more than that. Do you... She looks at all of your belongings. Happen to have her body here with you?
No, She, fingers her locket. Have, something I'm hoping is close enough.
She says, well, that's quite an awfully lot to bet on a hunch. But I can't say I have not heard this story before. A gentleman just 4 weeks ago came into the tavern and said that he was here to save his long-lost wife. Took one of her belongings as an obol, went into the Black Jade Lords, and I think he was in the same countenance as you. Was pretty sure that he would never return, but if he did, it'd be with a new life.
Where did he go?
Just that way. She gestures just sort of blankly in the direction of the Umbral Corruption.
Right.
Tell me, how desperate are you to save this friend of yours?
I would give anything.
Elsa, the path to the Emerald Corruption, the one with all the beasts and monsters that terrify the Black Jade Lords, that's not in their eyes, right? That's hidden. So, that more direct path that they can't see.
It is true that the reason King Grimthorn is moving northwest is because he doesn't want to have to deal with the Necrotic Beasts that have just recently, released. I don't know if he has a plan to return to that land anytime soon, or if he just will vacate the area and continue moving on. The Horde is notoriously nomadic. They'll just go wherever the bodies are.
Are you willing to risk your life?
I'm here, aren't I?
That doesn't answer my question. Are you willing to risk your life And I'm guessing these others as well.
I won't ask them to follow me.
Are you willing to follow her?
Depends. To where?
The Umbral Corruption.
Well, yeah.
Everyone wants to go, and no one wants to wait.
Yeah.
That seems to be the case.
This is perfect.
Is it? And why is that?
I need to go there desperately. And
There's a lot of that to go around.
the fact that Youth 4 don't seem to care about your own lives really just puts a nice little bow on top of this party that I need.
Tom's pretty confident we'll get back.
Yeah. I plan on getting back.
I can promise you that I will do my best to make sure you do. Personally, I'm a cleric. I will keep you all alive. I have been trained to keep you all alive.
Perfect.
No promises, though.
You're required to do a stopping point as soon as possible.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so at this point, Hellsa looks at all of you and says, there is... Thanks. So Hellsa responds to this. She looks at the rest of you and says, it's possible that Tom has more of a blind pride or fatalism about this, but I would actually recommend a stance closer to Tom's than that of... I'm sorry, what was your name?
Ari.
Than that of Ari. It's... The Blackjade Lords, they feed on souls who have nowhere else to go. The reason people carry Obols, these tokens of sentimental things that they have tethering them to the real world, is that if at any moment they truly lose hope, then that makes their souls more ripe for the taking. These spirits above us are much more willing to enter a willing host, one that is on the brink of suicide, than one that has much to live for. So perhaps some confidence is in order. Perhaps reminding yourselves of why you're doing this, or where you're going to go back to, is vital. But, and this is really important, the Umbral Corruption plays with your mind. You need to keep that present in a physical manifestation, reminding you of what those things are. So I ask all of you, what is the Obol that you'll be taking into the Blackjade Lords as a memory of why you're here and what you're planning to do? How will you tether yourselves to Chrysalis? And she just sort of looks there. She seems earnest. She's seeming like she wants to take care of you. I won't even make you roll insight. You would be able to infer that she's had this conversation many times and has rarely seen success for those on this journey.
So before we answer, the people at the door said information isn't free. Would I be able to infer or read her as to whether she is doing this out of some sort of benign stewardship or whether she's trying to play us somehow?
Yeah. So go and roll insight. I gave you the easy roll. We'll see if you can learn more.
17.
17. With this roll, I would say you are reasonably confident that So, Hellsa is tough. She's weathered. She's hardened her heart to the realities of people constantly coming through her tavern and never returning. So, even though this feels like a bit of a formality to you, you would think that the reason she does this is because she wholeheartedly believes she is helping people. In short, she is not playing you.
Okay.
Could we pause while we think of our answers?
Yeah. Why don't you think of the things you'll present to Hellsa, and we will be right back. Is live, and going back to my control center, playing music.
Pelicant.
Okay. So, she looks at the rest of you and she says, I recommend you have an obol of something that tethers you to Chrysalis. So, what will those be? And I want two of you to roll insight. This is not from Tom's roll from earlier, looking at what her intent was. It's
a wisdom skill.
I've got 2.
I have +2.
I got
+6.
Oh yeah, does Jordan count?
yeah, he's with you.
Sick him.
Nice.
16.
16?
It's 11.
11. Winton, It occurs to you that Hellsa is someone that you might be able to trust, but there's something strange about standing in the middle of a bar and sharing these personal items of yours. You think it might be best to handle this conversation elsewhere.
I stand up from the bar. Is there like a back going to the kitchen kind of thing?
Yeah.
I just start going. I start walking to the door. I turn around, look at everyone. We're going to share some very personal information. Do you want to share it in the bar with 14 other people?
Fair point.
There.
Hellsa reacts quickly. She's like, yes, fair enough. In fact, you don't really need to share them with me if you don't want. I just recommend that you have something. And she gestures in such a way as to say, if you want me to come, I will come. If not, then I will stay here.
What is yours?
She unclasps her necklace and she holds it in front of you. It's one of them, at least. It's often good to sort of spread out your obols in case something were to happen, but this was something that my son gave me before he went off to war. And every time I wear it, I think of him.
In you come, Hellsa.
Is there a way to get a letter, a message out of the Black Jade Lords?
Yeah, every fortnight we have a carriage come with new supplies from the Emerald Egalitary. We could send something back with them.
Great. Would it be too much of an ask to send a letter back?
Oh, no, of course. You can, we actually have a mailbox here. As long as you put it in there before you leave, then we can send it back.
Excellent.
A lot of people will write a form of last testament as they prepare for their pilgrimage. Did you specifically invite her?
Yes,
Okay.
I told her to come in after she showed us
Cool.
the necklace.
I'll say y'all are kind of back in a side area for preparing some of the foods and drinks. It is private enough.
As we walk in, I reach toward the symbol of Tempest before changing and going to my the symbol that shows my rank in the Ruby Empire, and I set it down. I am a cleric of the Ruby Empire. I want to go back. This is my connection to the mortal plane. And it'll be my guide as we go in.
This is good. I imagine the Ruby Empire has very strong camaraderie bonds amongst their ranks. I recommend that you keep in mind the faces specifically, faces and names of those that you fought alongside, or those that you want to return to.
I grab it and put it back where it belongs.
She looks at the rest of you expectantly.
I reach into my pocket, and I have an emerald-colored cloth in my hand, where on top you can see the logo of the Emerald Insurgency. I open up the cloth, and there's a folded piece of paper. I open it up, and it is a photograph of everyone before the time of our leader's death. This is the last memory I have before my life took the turn for the worst, and what I've made myself today. It is the only thing that has kept me going. I give this.
That's very good. Well, like the advice I gave Winton, keep their faces and names in mind. But specifically those who are still alive. I know that you've probably lost several. You want to be grounded to something that is still in the material plane. She leans back.
Eric?
I have my quarterstaff that was from a large tree in the Obols Refuge that was like a branch that was preserved and kind of formed into this quarterstaff that I carry around with me. That I use to remember what I can from the Obols Refuge.
How much do you remember of your time in the Obols Refuge? Most people that come from there don't have many specific memories.
Not a ton of specific memories, but I remember the feeling and the connection to nature and just the trees and the spirit of the forest that's not only in the Obols Refuge, but that is everywhere and should be everywhere.
Why don't you roll me a wisdom save? One thing that Cypress has to process from his time in the Obols Refuge is that this illusory magic systematically erases the minds of those who leave that aren't from like a Fey background. So let's see what happens. 22. So in this moment, you're trying to conjure specific memories, and in this moment, you're able to do so. You are able to remember a few of the particularities around someone from your local grove inside the Obols Refuge that helped you actually, like, taught you how to weave the stick and turn it into the likeness that you can use both for travel and for combat. Explain to you the basis of, like, shillelagh and what it means to, you know, imbue it with magical power, and you have the memory of this person in your head. What's the name of this person who actually, like, specifically taught you the craftsmanship around the staff?
Thomas.
Sure. If you say it.
I said it.
If you say it, it's canon. Yeah. Thomas was someone from your grove. Just he wasn't directly related to you, but was someone who lived there and was one of the healers from the local Obols Refuge. So,
can you spell Thomas?
THAMUS.
Almost.
Okay. MUS.
So she says, "That's gonna be a hard sell, but maybe your friends can help you to maintain that grounded sense as you move deeper into the corruption." She leans back.
Ari opens the locket and pulls the piece of the parchment with Kita's name on it. Like Mordecai said, I have a people to get back to. A people that I left and owe everything. For them, I need to return.
You mention this, and she seems to take like a deep breath as she's listening to you. And she doesn't say anything, but she nods, just gently.
Put it back in the locket and close it.
Outside of the tavern, you hear two large hounds howling. And then you hear a man yelling, and then they quiet up.
Do I recognize the symbol that they're showing right now?
Give me a crazy history check. This was intentionally an underground operation.
Yeah, 11.
Okay, no. You're like, there's an emerald on that. Maybe they're from there.
I'll add that there's that card at the top of my quarterstaff.
Oh, okay, cool.
From my time in the insurgency.
Awesome. She looks at you, Tom.
Yeah, I have a notebook from the professor who ran my laboratory. It contains some of her research and questions, the answering of which are the reason that I'm here and the reason that I keep going.
You said she's missing.
Yes.
Do you know if she's with us still?
I do not know.
Well, I suppose you'll find out.
Wait, does that mean that all of the dead people go here?
No, but if that Obol proves to you to not have much value, then it means that the memory to whom it's tethered has been severed. And you won't be able to get much value out of that particular object. So just be careful.
Okay.
She looks at all of you together and she says, I've done this many times, but it's not often for people who want to return. It's usually for those who feel like they want to leave their soul in a good place. If you really want to journey forward, then you might have a rare opportunity. You see, over the last 3 weeks, something has happened in the Umbral Corruption. They've been these stories of locals, of these large necrotic beasts that have been prowling the lands freely, uncontrolled by the lords themselves, and wreaking havoc on the local populations. King Grimthorn and his zombies are giving word of this monstrosity that is stitching together an aberration of corpses and a monstrous entity. There's another force that the vampires are complaining about, and yet another that the Crypt Keepers and their queen are discussing. It's as if all of these are being attacked simultaneously. And it's causing the Umbral Corruption to spread ever further outward. There's a chance that either you might find alignment with these lords, and they might grant you safe passage through their kingdoms freely if you work with them to defeat these lords, or that the distraction caused by these beasts might give them enough reason to look the other way if you were to try to sneak through. But remember, the closer you get to the Umbral Corruption, the more you're going to need critical, priceless, memorable Obols, or you won't be able to withstand their effects. You hear a voice from the back of the bar chime in.
Did someone say Obols?
And she says, yes, this group here seeks passage through to the Umbral Corruption, and they wish to return. And the voice goes, that can't be. And you hear, you see as a figure pops up from one of the corners of the room and immediately just starts scurrying directly towards you. She sits down at one of the tables nearby the kitchen where you were kind of sequestered, and she pops her feet up on the desk. She is a drow elf with just gray and black boots and attire. She's got pointed ears and a pale complexion, and a demeanor that I would describe as irreverent, as possibly chaotic. But as she looks at all of you, she says, Okay. Sorry. Bad introduction. My name is Vespera. You can just call me Vespera. And one of the things that I trade in is obols of all kinds. So, if you wish, and you've got some gold to spend, we can make a trade of sorts. You see, a lot of people, they come here, and they have no need for gold past this point. Death's Draught is the last stop, am I right? but it's really more of a matter of taking the obols, trading for gold mine, of course, it will be mine, and then I can supply you with obols from, she tips, sort of tacks her fingers together, and you can hear her nails making a clicking noise. Are there pilgrims who lost their way? On the way to the Umbral Corruption, of course. That's me, Vespera, at your service. Are you interested in any of my wares?
Do you have anything from the Ruby Empire, graverobber?
Let's find out. She reacts to your statement, graverobber, and she goes... You see that her ears twitch in place as she shakes them. She's like, graverobber of the highest caliber. Without graverobbers, what are the memories of these people ever become? We could never document them. We could never know of their presence here. They just, they wash into a sea in the sky of souls. This is honorable work that I'm doing here. You honor me with such a compliment. And she, of course, begins to gesture towards a section of the room that feels like an actual place that she's allowed to set up shop, something Hellsa must implicitly condone. There are cabinets there that she gestures to with different drawers of all kinds, and I rolled for her. She says, yes, there actually is an oboe that might be helpful to you. You see, I found on a dead soldier sometime on the west side of the Black Jade Lords. It was a bit of a quill and journal, an ink parchment, and there were some notes that were written from what must have been a colonel or a general in one of the Ruby Empire's armies. She then clocks your badge that you're wearing on your arm, and she says, you know, it might have been someone from your own brigade. Well, if you want to buy it, it's going to be 25 gold pieces, so
what?
That's on you.
I'm talking more to Hellsa at this point. Would these even be helpful to us? I thought Obols were meant to be personal to us.
Vespera here has some value. It's really more of the fact that if you have multiple Obols, then you might be able to dissuade different kinds of souls seeking to enter your body. It's a diversified portfolio, if you will. One of the values of Obols is that if they really did carry these memories, those memories get imparted to you after those pilgrims died in the Blackjade Lords. You would be able to see a bit into that person's history and even commune with their spirit a bit. It's a little strange. It's like having a small voice in the back of your head. But as long as you have it, it protects you from the Umbral Corruption's power.
And you trust her wares?
I have personally used a few of them, and they do help. I haven't gone as far as you claim to be wanting to go, but I know that the closer that I get to the Umbral Corruption, the more it's nice to listen to the extra voices in my head than the thousands screaming in the sky.
I take out my cloth and I go to Vespera and I go, has anyone else given an obol with this image on
It's
it?
the sun symbol.
Vespera goes, actually, and she pulls it closer. I have a letter that was written by one of the people who was a pilgrim here that actually refers to the description of that same symbol. If you want it, I can sell it to you. But I can't just be letting you touch my wares. You don't want to commune with something unless you're willing to part with gold to have it.
And how much?
Oh, well, that one will be, 35 gold pieces. Oh, what? What are you going to do with that gold? You're going to throw it at the beasts when they come fighting you? I didn't think so. 35 gold pieces.
Can you please show me the book?
I will let you look at the book. You may not touch it.
While she's grabbing that, is the letter just sitting on a shelf?
You don't know where it is. It's presumably in one of these many drawers that she hasn't opened yet.
Okay. All right.
She turns and keeps an eye on you while opening one of the drawers and pulling out.
That's like going through 14 filing cabinets. I'm not.
And she looks at a journal inside and she holds it up and goes, "Oh, now let me just take a quick look and see if we find something here to. Yes, yes, the forces of the Atyogs were at war with King Grimthorn, and interesting. Yep, casualties on both fronts, and then well, that's fascinating. Well, you have to read more to see what happens next. I do love books with a great cliffhanger. 25 gold pieces.
Can you drop the price?
She drops it down and seems indignant. Looks at you and says, "How much would you be willing to offer me?"
All the gold in my pouch.
I've seen people come to these parts desperate for a new life or to get rid of their old one, and it's often not because they are overflowing with gold. 25 gold pieces.
10 gold pieces.
You ridicule me in front of my other patrons. She gestures to an open bar where everyone else is having somber conversations, completely not engrossed in your conversation right now.
Where is the book right now?
The book?
The book that she just dropped down?
She put it on the table and put her hand on top of it to make a point of this. She's like,
how sneaky are you, Ayla?
So her hand, genuine, I will paint the scene. You can try. Her hand is on top of the book, which is on the table, because she's leaning on it, gesturing towards you, Winton.
Can I make an investigation check? As a scientist, I think that the odds that she has a book from one of the Red Atyogs, given that there's 12 of them, I think she's bluffing.
Yeah, so this is just an insight check. You're reading whether she's lying.
Check. Yes.
And you can go ahead. I will allow 2 of you to try. I don't allow 5 people.
For insight?
Sure.
Hang
Yeah.
on,
I want to do an insight too then.
Yeah.
I've got +2.
I got +2.
I got +6.
4.
Okay, they should.
Okay, do y'all want to do it then?
21.
Dirty 20.
21. Winton. Vespera is clearly an industrious and entrepreneurial figure. you can tell that she's not making up the truth, but stretching it. There might be some weight to what she has in her hand, but she's clearly not showing you the contents because it might not be exactly what you're looking for.
Because she would know that you were from...
Yeah, I'm
The
literally
army.
decorated in it right now.
Right. And yeah.
25 gold pieces.
Let me touch it, and I will... Before I buy it?
It doesn't work like that. The moment you touch it, you already get to see into its soul, and I can't sell this to someone else.
Can I do an insight check
Try
on
reading
my...
it without touching it.
Can I do an insight check on my holy symbol of Tempest?
Yeah. Oh, like a divine sort of... It has this be as is the creature who used this journal, like, communed with Tempest?
Yeah.
Fascinating. Yeah. Okay.
Like, what am I doing for this? Insight?
Religion.
Religion.
Yeah.
Alright. 9!
Wait, you don't have any bonuses on religion?
No, that's an intelligence check for some reason.
Oh,
You're a cleric.
that's so funny.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
it's weird. It's what it is. I don't know. But yeah, you pull out your symbol and you're sort of praying. You're trying to figure out if there's really a communion between this entity and your journal, and you get a bit of a ping. It's soft. You're really unclear. Your mind is still grappling with these extra voices, but one of the voices in your head says, "A warrior of us," and you don't know what that means.
So...
You got any plants? It doesn't matter if it's specific plants. Plants do it.
So I rolled this up in advance just to see. He's like, I have a walking stick.
You could do a wield.
Guild staffs.
I want to turn to the rest of you.
Yeah, sure.
So, as...
Would you like to see it?
As your
Yeah.
guide, as someone who's been here for several weeks and has been serving here for a little bit before that.
What's your name again?
I'm Winton. It's
Right.
very
Nice to know
meet
that we
you.
have a name now, Mr. Guy.
Yeah, let me hand wave one thing that could have happened in the midst of any of this is Winton's eventually going to explain to you what he learned about the terrain of the land. The map that you have in front of you, or the one that's on paper,
Oh, yeah,
is a representation of what Winton learned from his conversation.
I've been exploring.
Jordan's holding up the physical map just casually.
I drew this. So,
That's really
would
good.
you say that 15 gold is worth a guide and a little bit of a map to
She
the...
said 25, didn't
I've
she?
got 10.
Don't say that in your negotiations.
Stop.
You have 4.
I'm a very honest soul. Things have not been going my way.
Oh, 15 gold. That's too bad. Well, maybe your friends here can help cop off the rest of it.
What do you think I'm doing, grave robber?
Grave robber, yes.
Grave robber,
thank you.
help me out here. If you want the gold, help me.
She starts tussling her own hair. Yes, well, I'll let you figure that out by yourself. She puts the book up and she says, but you're not getting this without 25 gold pieces. So
You are explicitly unhelpful.
now you, let me do business with someone who might actually have more gold to throw around. So she pulls out a drawer and then pulls out what is about a 4-foot walking stick. It's got an oak
despise
texture
this
to
great
it and it is intricately carved at the top. And you see that there is a symbol for something of a religious order. You could roll to see more about that. But she says, yeah, this was owned by a half-elf cleric that used to live somewhere near the Umbral Egalitary. Now, he died in a very unfortunate way, but nonetheless, when his son came to go on this pilgrimage, he brought the walking stick with him. So, nothing quite like the bond between father and son. Am I right? And she sort of twists the staff in hand so you can see the whole thing side to side.
And how much would this...
And what's so funny? She gestures at Mordecai.
I'm just thinking that in all my time, I've been in what is considered one of the most beautiful and illustrious places in all of my time, my kingdom. But I've never really experienced true beauty until I've laid my eyes upon you.
Okay, before we go with that...
Before we do that. Before we start flirting.
You said she put the book back, right?
Yeah, she put it back in the shelf. Yeah.
Mage hand invisible, don't do anything, it just appears right there. I want to do a mage hand while he's talking. She's talking to him.
So it's gonna go from her hand into the drawer, and then she's gonna shut the drawer. Are you trying to take it from her hand, or are you trying to grab it right before she shuts the door? It's a really narrow window.
Can I have it slowly open and...
It is I'll just telegraph to you, it is very difficult.
Okay, never mind.
It would be a very difficult thing to pull off. You're seeing this in like the second you have.
I'm not feeling lucky. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, so she shuts it and she looks back at you, and you've apparently made this proclamation
We
to
have
her.
a rogue, you know.
So you made this proclamation to her, right?
Mm-hmm.
She says, actually, I have no. Let's see.
How much does she like this?
She goes, that is just the strangest way anyone has started a negotiation with me.
Who says it's a negotiation?
Why don't you roll deception? Let's find out.
Is it a deception?
I will tell you that she is very insightful due to her craft.
19.
Okay. She says,
Yeah. Okay.
so she pulls her feet off the desk and she actually leans forward and puts her hands on the desk, leans onto her hands. And she eyes you very deeply, trying to get a read on the kind of person you are. And she says, I know people like you. You think that you can get anything you want just because you weave together the perfect silvery words. And that I'm going to self-destruct a business that I've spent many years building up just because you... what? Because you want me to feel something?
Or more like, I want to feel something. You don't know me. You don't know me.
Why don't you prove it? Why don't you give me an obol of yours? We can make a bit of a quid pro quo and see if anything comes out of this, huh?
Does that...
Her golden eyes pierce directly through you, daring you to move forward.
I pull out a drum.
She probably made the face that I'm making right now, which is can barely hold back laughter, smirk. She says, she makes a gesturing noise, which is to say, go on, no please, go
You
on.
look at me like I'm crazy.
I look at you because you are crazy. I'm gonna see how the rest of the bar is doing right now. They don't care.
I have suffered great loss. You would know about loss, right? You're always just going through and taking whatever you want from whoever it is that is unfortunate enough not to fight back anymore.
Stone cold expression, she responds, I gain what I want. I lose not what I don't want. It's my trade. I've experienced nothing of the sort. And she eyes you steely.
You asked for a noble. And here I have one. This drum that I would play as I tried to rally myself every evening before I became the man that I am. To rally others.
She smells the air. She goes, I don't sense a lot of power coming from that obol. Are you sure this has significance to you?
Absolutely.
Go ahead and roll persuasion, flat.
Oh, flat?
No, well, sorry, which is to say neither
no.
advantage or disadvantage.
Okay.
I was giving you a chance, but it ultimately didn't work out.
Oh, cool. Thanks. 17.
Okay. She goes, whatever. No skin off my back, frankly. Because if I find out that you've double-crossed me and I kill you for this, well then suddenly this drum will actually mean a lot more in Obol's terms. So, it's fine by me. What would you want again? Just describe it. I might have it in my wares.
The cleric's book.
She goes, fine. It's not one of my more expensive items anyways. She's coordinating this in a very specific way to where she will touch your drum at the same time that Linton receives the device. do you go through with it?
I do.
Okay. She takes the drum into her possession, and she begins to look at it very closely. She smells it.
That's not how you typically play drums. I don't know
I
if
was
you...
hearing drone.
She completely ignores you. She's listening very closely, and she goes, "You sly dog." Oh, maybe I can convince the next guy that it's valuable. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. You got to take gambles every now and then.
I have taken. I'm just flipping through it as
Yeah.
fast as possible.
So I'm gonna hand wave. This journal was actually written by someone from the Ruby Empire. Was actually written by someone in one of the vanguards, these battalions. Not from the Red Atyugs. We'll say that it was from a different group. But let's say on raw luck. Why don't you roll luck for me? Let's see how close they are to you or someone from your battalion.
18.
Yeah. So you're gonna say this person actually knew General Cedric pretty well. They even name drop one or two more of your actual comrades, like the people you fought alongside in the previous battle. So this person has a pretty intimate understanding of what it's like to be in the military. Even writes, the creed, the code of honor, some of the recitations of sort of self-respect and prayers to Tempest directly. Vespera wasn't necessarily doing you dirty. This is maybe not from the Red Atyugs, but it's pretty significant. And as soon as you bring this book into your possession, you hear another voice in your head. And it goes, "Honor. Honor to the Ruby Empire. Thank you. Return me to my master."
Thank you.
God, I'd catch
Thank you. You just see I am trying to display that I'm grateful to you, but I'm also wincing in pain as damn it.
You hear a lot of voices in your head whispering, "Not welcome here. Get him out. Get him out." You seem to be having a bit of an internal discussion.
Hellsa, and this is a bit of an aside.
She's behind the counter serving somebody else a drink at the moment, and she hears you speak her name, and she goes, "Yes, 1 second." She walks over.
Is she right? Is gold not valuable here?
Well, there are mercenaries that around these parts you might be able to spend some gold on, but most people deal in Obols. There's not much reason to have gold if the Blackjade Lords want you for your soul, or your body, or both.
Tom, is there anything you're interested in?
Yeah, I think while Ari is talking to Hellsa, I would kind of distract her. I don't think Tom is super psyched about the idea of Obols, just because he's skeptical that he would need one.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that you can see memories or talk to somebody who has traveled through here before, I think Tom would say, "Well, do you have anything from the Library of Evolution?"
She thinks to herself, she's like, "The Library of Evolution? That's 40 days away from here. You think that something is going to be She thinks to herself, no, not really. It's kind of... Well, okay. One of the stories in the back of my head is a travel map. There was a cartographer that used to travel through all of the regions. He surely spent some time in the Sapphire Scholars because it's clearly well marked there. Maybe he would have some memories that you could tap into."
Yeah, I could take it or leave it. I think if anybody else has something they would want more.
I'm interested in the letter.
How much is that stick
35?
you have?
No.
The stick, yes. I'll be honest with you. When the son came to me and he traded this off, he made out like it was this intimate story he had with his dad, and he put it together, and I do think that there's quite a lot of value in that. I can do you for 20 gold pieces.
It's a stick.
It is a story. And story's what you need, Mr. Whatever you had over there in your pocket. Didn't seem very valuable to me. She sniffs the air again.
It's a bridge.
Well?
Do you have any other plants or anything with nature? Not necessarily people. I don't do with people very much.
I have a rock.
I have a bag full of rocks.
It's a rock! Yeah, there's a relic from a ritual that didn't go very well, and it was a painted rock that an artist once made. This was over in the Ruby Empire.
Your opals don't have much use to me.
Huh? It's your funeral. I'm just trying to make a little bit of cash here before people go off on their own. But sorry for trying to get you the most potent obols.
You should take it.
A letter?
I've got 9 to give.
I have my 10.
I am honor bound to help after what you've done. I have got 10.
That's 29.
And I've got 10.
Well, I need 35.
I can help. I'm not
We've got her.
gonna buy anything from her.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What did you want to get? Did you want to serenade me with this drum that I now have?
No, I can't. You have the drum. Which is why I gave it to you, because it's special to me. But if all you require is gold, then how about we trade 35 pieces for the letter?
Gold is a little bit more of my language. Thank you. And what were you hoping to get from this letter anyways? She reaches back to find it.
Nostalgia.
Well, once you attune to it, it's gotta be in your head. I can't tell you exactly what they're going to say to you, but if it brings up past memories, then, no refunds. She hands it to you and holds out her hand for gold. She instantly, like a magician, stacks the gold really quickly and is able to count it through these stacks. And she goes, all right, well, pleasure doing business with all of you. I hope these obols find you well on your journey. And if you do happen to come back and find any relics along the way, I will buy them at a nice price. That is, if you actually return. So, how does it feel? And what do you get?
So is the letter in
Yeah,
envelope?
letters in your, yeah, it's in an
Okay,
envelope. Yeah.
okay.
It's already been opened.
Oh,
but-
okay.
But it's been
I start
resealed.
reading the letter.
Yeah. So, again, just a little bit more hand waving. The letter, and sorry, remind me, what did I already establish about the letter from earlier?
It described the symbol.
It has the symbol.
Yeah,
on
it has the
symbol of the sun.
The rebel symbol on it.
Oh! I remembered her telling you that it did, and it doesn't. Just straight up doesn't. By the time she pulled it out and you paid her, doesn't have it. It has an emerald insignia on it, but let's roll to see how relevant it is. Actually, I'll have you roll. Roll luck.
It's just a flat roll.
Oh, just a flat roll? Okay. 19.
Okay. So this letter is, it looks as though a merchant wrote this. A merchant that is a correspondent between the Emerald Egalitary and their trade peoples in the Amethyst Kingdom. This person, who will name, say, Fairmont, is writing to some of the legal counsel about some new decisions that need to be made. And across it, you see... So I'll go through the description. He's basically saying, in order to ensure a more equitable distribution of wealth in the blah-blah-blah-blah-blah, we need to make sure that we have a tariff on blah-blah-blah-blah-blah. So it's diplomacy, economic trade, very boring regulation. But then, halfway down the sheet, you see that the pen scratches off the page, like he was interrupted in the middle of his writing. And then, afterwards, you see written in a completely different handwriting statements from someone amounting to a kind of proletariat uprising. This person says, the people, the leaders of the egalitary mean us harm. We are the only ones capable of stopping it. And then it's signed off with a name you don't recognize. In fact, I need to make it up right now. We'll just say it's Kashak, so Kachhack. And you don't recognize his name.
Harry, do you recognize his name?
Yeah, roll history.
What do I roll?
Actually, what's your background?
Noble.
Add your proficiency modifier to this.
That's a nat 20.
This is very relevant to her.
Okay, so you see this letter from Fairmont. It seems as though they intentionally overtook this as like a like not an act of terrorism, but like as a threat. And Kashak is the signature. You look at this letter that's in his hands, and this memory comes to you. You were in a meeting of the inner leaders of the Emerald Insurgency where Sora was describing different key connections that are undercover inside the regulatory authorities of the state of the Emerald Egalitary. And that one of the most powerful levers that you could pull in order to force the hand of people like the leaders at Krya is tariffs. It's an embargo on trade. It's a restriction until certain things are met. Maybe civil rights are protected. And Kashak is not a real person. It's a moniker. Somebody that is representative of an entity inside the leadership uses that name in a scare tactic. And you're very aware of their work. We'll even say you remember multiple times that key leaders were removed for a period of time so as to instill perhaps a different order, and then they would be reinstated, often undergoing a very big internal policy shift. What happens behind scenes, you don't actually know. You weren't part of this particular entity.
Yeah.
Kashak is the moniker name.
Would I be aware of this?
Why don't you roll? Yeah, you also roll. Don't add your prof.
Is it just
You.
Oh, it's history? It's history.
5?
5. You look at this and you're like, this guy doesn't like the Emerald Egalitary leadership.
I like him!
So I'll relay to both of them that this is one of our actors on the inside. This is us. This is not just a random merchant. This is us.
Hell yeah.
And you hear a voice pops into your head, and this person says, "Take me back. Finish the job we started." And you see a vision of various council leaders of the Emerald Egalitary, the 4 cabinet leaders. Their faces flash across your face, and you see a variety of instruments flash on a table in front of you. Some of them are quill and ink, some of them are sword and dagger and rapier, and others with artistic elements to them, masks and canvases and musical instruments. And this voice is now talking in the back of your head. Mordecai looks speechless.
Sorry, I'm not really sure. Like, do I talk?
This just happens inside, and you know it's internal to you.
Okay. I know a lot about trade routes now.
Nice.
Fair.
Okay.
Well,
Hellsa says, "Look, we just sent our vulture informant to go and send news about these wares to some other leaders, but I think you best get going. We heard recently that one of the newest creatures that is at the outskirts is possibly the most aggressive of the 4. It's a monstrosity that is stitching together these dead bodies. I think that if you were to go and investigate, you might find direct counsel with King Grimthorn, or, better still, might be able to acquire some more Obols that you can take directly to the source. Here, I'll put a spot on the map here that you can follow, and if you were to follow this path directly, you would find yourself there immediately. Do note that the people of the town you're visiting are in a bit of an unrest. They have already a uneasy relationship with King Grimthorn, but now with this beast encroaching and King Grimthorn, risking leaving their lands entirely, they would no longer have protection from a beast like this. Anyway.
Can I say that this map is like a combination of the information from the Ruby Empire that I just kind of have and my exploration throughout?
Yeah. So this is basically what you've been able to piece together.
Before we go, I do want to send that letter.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll step over to the side and write it. Before I send it, though, I want to scribble a little picture of Aegon in the corner and tear it off so I have a piece of the letter to keep with me before I send it.
Okay. So that's now in your pocket or in your
I'll keep it in the locket.
Okay.
I send it to him at the Sapphire Scholars, where I assume he would be.
Yeah. Okay. We can show later what that letter
I'll write
entails.
that off screen.
Where on the map did she mark?
We'll just say you know where. You would know where.
No way she marks.
The paths from here into the Black Jade Lords are actually pretty straightforward. They're relatively long stretches, not many points of interest, and they jump directly between the 4 Black Jade Lords. In any order, you can take junctions to go to any of them, but the one that is closest to you on the outskirts, only 1, maybe 2 days journey away, is King Grimthor's land of really what we could just call the undead, the zombies that he controls. This used to be I'll wait until you get there, but that is the one where the most recent sightings of one of these necrotic beasts have been found.
All right, so you said students are with you?
Yes.
That would be us.
Sounds like.
What exactly are you
Student is a
studying?
stretch.
Well, we haven't spent a whole lot of time at school, actually.
So
more
you're
of-
not students.
More of adventurers.
I'm undecided.
Just consider us adventurers. and
Basically,
party
everybody in the
members.
Celestial Conservatory is students with air quotes.
So none of you know anything about necromancy.
I know some. I have been studying that as of late.
I know the theory of necromancy.
I've
Do
played
you
a
have any-
necromancer.
That is helpful for the future. We're doing this as like we're walking on the road, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I imagine y'all just like kind of pack up and leave, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, let's simply walk into the Black Jade Lords.
Then do any of you? I guess neither of you. Although maybe you studied something when you decided to play necromancer. Did either of you two? Do you know what this?
Oh, that's a curse.
That's a black jade. Even I know that, but
I was talking about what's inside of it, but I understand the confusion. I did not word that right.
I assume I wouldn't know anything about that.
What?
Ben
I
might
played a
have a
necromancer
better
in a
shot than
comedy,
me.
okay? Like, I had no props. It was kind of last minute. I was an understudy. Like, I don't have a lot of info on this, I'm sorry.
Disappointing, but I understand.
It seems to be the source of the black veins running down your face and probably isn't good for you. I would recommend getting rid of it.
yeah, you go ahead and take it off.
I can't, and that is I already knew that. So it turns out that the greatest scholastic organization in the land does not, in fact, know that much. That is disappointing.
Well, Aries the one who studied necromancy.
Would I know anything about this?
Roll a crazy high. You pick
Nat
history
20.
or
Nat
arcana.
20.
I mean, I can understand my part. I was literally a soldier fighting against
History.
necromancy. I understand the basics.
9.
9? Cool.
But-
You're looking at him and you're like, necrotic things die. Maybe he's dying.
You might be dying.
Dead?
I 100% believe so, yes.
Oh! That's always fun.
It is a very disturbing and...
I find that those are dead that have the least to live for. They're very useful in insurgencies.
You are actually quite wrong. Those who are dead have the most to live for because they desperately want to go back to serving the Ruby Empire as a proper cleric of Tempest.
That's very specific. Empire.
That's crazy.
Yes.
And all those people in the sky?
They all want to serve the Ruby Empire.
If they were alive, I have no doubt in my mind that they would choose the correct choice of wanting to serve the Ruby Empire to bring peace to the
You've
land.
been granted the greatest chance to flee the Empire and rule yourself. Why would you want to go back?
No. I was chased out because of this black jade in the veins on my neck. I desperately want to go back.
Exactly,
I
they
hope you
turned
want
on
this
you in
photo
an
with me.
instant.
What makes
Why
you
would
think
you
they will
want to go
not
back?
strike on sight?
If I remove this and I go back to the way everything was before, everything should be fixed.
Have you
So
tried cutting it
never
off?
trust those in power.
I've
They'll
tried-
just turn on you. You've seen
I
it.
imagine it's angry at this point.
So,
Wait, are you angry at me?
The youngest fiddle that's with me might be.
yes, go ahead and, I mean, are you doing anything with it? Are you?
No, I just imagine that, speak of, like, loving the Ruby Empire might upset her spirit that is tied to this thing. with her
Interesting.
achievements.
I'll roll something. So yeah, you sense that there's So in the entire atmosphere around you, cold, brisk, dry air, and in your hands, this fiddle that was Uyanga's, that was given to you, starts to feel warmer. It's picking up some energy.
Why don't we table this for the time being?
I mean, none of you know anything about necromancy, so I'm fine with that.
You sense the heat of the fiddle dissipate. Okay, so at this point, all five of you, now united, take a step outside of Death's Draught. Hellsa looks at you and she says, "One last drink for the road?"
I have no money.
Don't worry. The drinks here aren't that good anyways. And she makes something that's basically a pretty cheap version of like a whiskey or ale, whichever you prefer, and then is going to hand you each
immediately.
Thanks.
I guess a whale ski.
Reminds me of Bell
Wales.
I do have a question for you.
Reminds
The
me of Bell
mints that I
Rat.
stole last session, how many was I able to grab with that? Do you
The
have any?
mints?
How many did you intend
You
to
took
try?
one and then you grabbed an extra.
I
No, she
tried
actually
to
palmed.
grab a
Oh, I
handful.
see.
Yeah.
I see.
D4 plus 1.
Great. Just 4.
Do they only work when mixed with alcohol?
So does she get
We don't know.
the 1 plus the 4 or 4 total?
I'm gonna make myself a Death's Draught cocktail.
1 plus the 4.
sounds
Why
good.
not? 5 total.
Wow.
Let's see what I can cook up.
Perfect.
a draught tail?
Alright.
No, that's the thing.
So,
Anyway.
I know the general direction to King Grimthorn.
Well, yeah, she marked it on your map.
Yeah, she marked it on
We're
my
walking
map.
that way.
She put a big circle on it.
Well,
right here.
I have
dotted
one of-
line as
I have
you
one of the
move.
rare few maps of the Black Jade Lords. It has been scouted multiple times.
Yeah, but don't act like you knew that already when she circled it on the map.
Well, I didn't know where he was currently. I knew where he was before because he did not allow me to go deeper.
So there's a chance we get to that circle, he won't be there.
No, there's
Point of order?
there's a new. This is the new circle.
Point of order. We're not heading to King Grimthorn, right? We're heading to the village where there was the sighting of the monster.
Which way are we going?
It's in his domain.
Okay, it's in his domain, but we're not expecting him to be in the village when we get there.
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. Okay.
Grant you like
So, are we going to the
short
village
rest?
We don't know that.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what he said.
So all of you walk outside, and you are Mordecai. You had something to say?
No, say Winton, I just want to let you know this is an orb. It is recording everything that we do.
Oh.
So just heads up.
I look at it. Just praise be to the Ruby Empire.
And that,
I roll my eyes real big.
I love it. Okay,
Harry
so
fiddles angrily.
I double tap the orb, which undoes the last 10 seconds.
I would say you don't know how it works. You think maybe he's zooming in on you right now.
Were you zooming in to like really get in the proper?
Yeah,
Ruby
smile
person?
big.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so actually, Mordecai, when you do that, so you've been filming all of this, right?
Yeah, that entire thing was filmed. How much
So-
memory do I have?
That's genuinely going to be a part of the mechanics of how this orb works. I'm going to
Okay.
say that the total amount of film that you can keep on the device every long rest before it basically gets exported to a crystal of some kind is like 10 minutes. So it's not a lot. You have to systematically choose the things that you're going to keep for your story. So we'll play a little minigame right now. I want you to jot down the 2 to 5 things that you want to keep from any of this conversation, and those things are going to matter during your next long rest.
You rip me off a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And can I have a pencil?
And I'm gonna give you some time to think about that. You don't
Okay.
have to do it right
Okay.
now. Or rather, do it kind of in the background, and then we'll get back to it later. We don't need to resolve.
Oh,
this
it doesn't
now.
even like happen like right now?
Yeah. The point is, you're in real time. You're kind of going, okay, cut that out, based on the kind of narrative that you're painting here. And we're going to. As you step outside, I feel like you were going to say something. Okay, cool. So as all of you step outside and you're beginning to make your way on the road, remember that you've got this dark, echoing tide of souls that creates this 3-minute daylight sequence, or I should say moonlight sequence, and it is cold. Right, Lunar Conservatory Pride. And as you walk along the road, you hear growls from dogs. And immediately, almost like they stepped directly from a patch of hazy, smoky mist, you see a long, gaunt gentleman with a long, black leather coat step out of the shadows. And he has paler skin, a complexion that seems like one riddled with death or decay, and he has long, flashing white teeth. And as he stands there before you, he goes, I smell something good here. And one of his 2 hounds immediately jumps forward and is now within 5 feet of you and begins sniffing at you. He doesn't seem to be making any threatening motions yet. Do you do anything?
Can I, judge, the intentions of this dog?
Give me animal handling to perceive what it's doing.
That's awesome. 16.
Cool. It's looking for something. It circles around the left side of Airy, and now it's behind Cypress.
What you want, boy?
And it's beginning to
pull a banana out of my bag.
Yeah, banana, go ahead. You want a banana? Roll luck to see if it even likes bananas.
Nat 20.
That's exactly what it's looking for. So the fact that bananas have yielded 2 nat 20s in this campaign is incredible.
The performance was the third one.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you see this dog.
Bananas all the way down.
And go ahead, present this banana.
Oh, here you go. Oh, that's a good boy.
Its tail is wagging behind it. It's a Great Dane. It's a large, beautiful creature with almost a perfect coat to contrast against its owner here, and its tail wags
Can I say when I
very
first saw
loudly.
the dog, how does ritual casting work?
It depends on how long it says. It might say a minute. It might say 10 minutes. Might say 10 minutes, exactly.
Should be.
What manner of...
Go check that out. And he's now wagging his tail excitedly.
And then I hand it to the dog.
You give it to him? Just peel on?
Casting time 1 hour.
Okay, you peel it, you present it. You notice,
That is strong.
you see as the dog just takes the whole thing in one bite and is gleefully downing it. He seems completely distracted by whatever this thing was, and you see his owner's very toothy smile fade into annoyance as he goes, Helmut! Helmut, don't eat the banana! Could you... And he turns to... I said there were 2 hounds, so there's another hound that's there who seems jealous of the first hound, seeming to also want a banana as he comes around and eyes you, Tom, expectedly.
Do I have another? I forgot what our banana inventory... I think we sold 4, so we should have 16 left.
Bought 8 bushels of bananas. Lord knows how many were thrown at me on stage.
So...
Wait, why didn't you trade the bananas for Obols?
So the bananas are very rotten, given that it's been multiple weeks since you purchased them.
We found them right at the end.
You got them before you met Mordecai.
Oh no! It was it's been a week.
Yeah,
I
took
I
at
buy
least-
bananas on a regular basis. They
Very-
do not go
very
rotten
fresh.
on
I
day
buy
7.
green bananas. I don't know.
Yeah, they were very ripe.
Fine, whatever. You have 5 bananas left.
So
I will use one of my bananas to give to the other dog.
Okay, yeah. He very gleefully just chomps it down. The 2 of them are now sort of tussling over the banana peel with each other, trying to lick the scraps off of it.
What manner of
So
witchcraft
what-
is this?
what does ritual casting take? Is it just I start casting, or do I have to stop and sit and do something?
Generally, it's you have to get your components and you have to say some words and make some motions.
So
and
could I
it
have started casting Speak with Animals as I heard the dogs in the distance? As we're walking down the path?
Some druids would just habitually do that. I mean, it lasts all day as a spell. I don't care if you want to pretend that you have done it.
I want to talk to the doggies.
You want to talk to some doggies. All
Part
right.
of the ritual is, do you mind if I pet your dog?
Sir.
Can I pet that dog?
So you have now cast this spell, and you hear both whispers of voices in the sky above you. And then, as soon as you tune into a different sort of frequency of listening to sounds, you hear the 2 dogs barking at each other and playfully scrapping at this. They're oh, what is this? It's too delicious. Give me some. No, give me some. Oh, I'll have some more, please. Do you think he has more? All right. Oh, give me that. Ooh. You want to tug for it? And then they immediately split the banana peel in 2 as they now have their own scrap. They're okay, you take yours and I'll take mine. And they're now on the ground, holding it with their paws and then scraping it with their tongue as they're trying to get the rest of the remains off of it.
They like the banana.
Of course, the leader looks at you and he says, "This is not normally how this happens."
I like your dogs.
What exactly were you expecting?
Well, I was expecting them to find if you had any particularly valuable goods on you. But it's no
According to
matter.
them, the bananas are pretty valuable.
Yeah, what is that?
They seem to enjoy them.
He's going to take a step closer and he's going to start smelling the air around you as his pointed nose is lifted. He's
Prepare to take the dodge action.
okay. You are mentally dodging. He then zeroes in on the three of you, Aerie, Mordecai, and Winton, and he's like, and then he eyes dart back and forth between the three until he settles on Aerie, and he says, "I think you've got something that I would like to have. Any particularly precious obols in your possession?"
No, none that I have on me. We couldn't afford any back at the inn.
Go ahead and roll deception. See how that plays out.
And what is your name, friend?
Oh!
9.
He's like, "You can call me Jacaunt. But truly, my friends just call me leader of the pack. The one that brings in all the best goods in the area. Alright. I'll let you go. Seems that you've got some busyness to get to, and if you ever need any help securing better goods out there than the Obols that Vespera is trading, then I'm here if you ever need me. Or if you ever seek me, you'll find me, trust me. I'm around, as it were."
I take another 2 bananas and hand it to him, like, give this to them when they've, you know, as a treat sometime.
He he eyes you and then just says, "That won't be necessary."
Oh, I think they would appreciate it.
He just sort of smirks to you when he backs off. And he calls the two dogs, "Hup!" And the two hounds alert to attention, and you hear them saying, "Oh, he's calling to us, let's go!" And they scurry back to his side, they're flanking him on the other end, and he says,
If y'all want another one of those, they're called bananas.
you hear them talking amongst themselves in bated breaths, like, should we go and get more? And he's like, "No, Master would be very disapproving if we were to."
I gave him some, he has them.
And they say, "I don't smell any on Master."
Yeah, he didn't.
"The girl has a very powerful obol." The other one says, "The armored man does too." And the first one says, "That man was just talking to us, we should keep quiet." And the first one goes, "Yes, you're right." And they both ready themselves, they steady to attention, and they wait as their master commands them. He says, "All right, boys, let's go." And he creates a bit of a dimension door made out of black mist, and they three are beginning to step through it.
The bananas saved our lives.
Well, that happened.
Does he
happen
fully
more.
step
Go?
through it?
Oh yeah, I was giving you a chance to do anything, say anything, stop him, or something like that. But yeah, if you do nothing,
Oh,
you'll step
one,
through,
two.
be gone.
Go.
Not doing
Okay.
anything.
Expect
The door
not to
closes.
happen
The
more
dogs
as
smelled
we
your
venture
opals.
deeper to the black
I
Jade
noticed.
Lords.
The dogs smelled your obol. The dogs know, and they're probably going to tell him, just be aware, he might come back. With friends.
Well, that isn't good.
Well, you just said it was going to happen more.
Well, it's going to happen randomly. I wasn't expecting to be targeted the minute we take a step out of the Death's Draught.
Now you're aware, and now you can prepare for it.
All right. So with this, why don't we roll?
I want to be on, like,
Initiative.
active perception, I guess.
Yeah, just sort of actively looking out for
Yeah.
any presence of this man Jacaunt. So let's have everyone roll a d20. Oh no, sorry, a wisdom save.
Wisdom.
8.
13.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember the difference between a save and a check.
Saves
Wisdom
are
is
the-
just use the number. That's my wisdom
Well,
score.
Saves are at the top of your
So,
sheet.
I have a +6 to a wisdom
I see.
saving throw, but that really doesn't help when you roll a nat 1.
What?
It doesn't help
I
me roll on
can't
that
help
too
you
either.
Awesome. I need anyone that rolled lower than a 10 to raise their hand. Lower than a 10. Lower than a 10. So,
Really well.
something's about to happen, which is
Great.
going to be
Only two people
a
get a score.
recurring theme in this campaign. So all of you have Obols that are your tether to reality, and the more that you drift into the Umbral Corruption, the more that you're penetrating layers of your own psyche. And that's what these Obols are hoping to ground you in. You can even think of them as like the tokens in Inception. It's like, okay, what's real, what's not, but in this case it's what am I here for? What's life about? And as you progress forward, the three of you that failed this particular check, it'll get harder over time. Your Obols begin to speak more loudly to you. And what I'm going to ask you to do, and you'll have to tell me how this plays out, is one of the Obols that's in your possession is about to temporarily take control of your pre-cortex, your frontal thoughts, dictating your actions and what you speak. Basically putting your own personality to the backseat for a period of time. And right now, this is your tutorial. It's a safe travel between here and the city of Widowsberg, where you're headed. Go ahead and the three of you explain to me what happens. You can choose between, for the two of you, your original Obol, or one of the Obols you picked up from Vespera.
So can the other stuff I have that I didn't mention to her also still be an Obol for me?
Could be, but you'd have to argue to the DM whether it is significant enough to justify.
Could I
I'm going to plug in my computer real fast.
Just to see if I could get one more Obol, could I say my the symbol of Tempest, or because I went that?
Yeah, it also gives you ties to any of your religious practices when you study with people.
All right.
Justin's getting ready to roleplay a tree.
So wait.
Yeah, it might be helpful for us to note what we could use as an Obol from here on out.
I've got 3. I'm keeping track of them in my inventory. I just wrote Obols.
There's at least one adventurer who has misheard the word Obol and thought Opal, who's come from the Opal
right.
huge, and
I think
been like
since I picked up the journal from Vespera, the voices in my head saying that it's an unwanted visitor or an unwanted infiltrator or whatever.
Yeah.
But it has been all Ruby Empire.
Yeah.
I've just been trying to do what I have been doing in the past few weeks and shut out the other voices in my head and really so that's the one that's like it's kind of safe and sequestered and I let it overtake me on accident.
Yeah. So here's what all three of you are going to do, and kind of just think of this while everyone's just going so we can quickly get through this. Name of the person, if I haven't named them already, and then the way that they would behave in this situation, knowing your general mission and objective. You're basically role-playing as two people at once, but primarily this other person. Whoever goes first, you can just generally describe what you do in the next day's worth of travel as you're going to this place.
You never gave me a name, but...
This is the journal. Is this the journal you just bought from Vespera?
Yep.
We'll name him Caesar.
All right. Caesar.
Yeah. Okay. And let me know if you have any other questions. But basically, you're just sort of narrating to me what it's like. This will matter more later. We're kind of practicing it now.
All right. So as Caesar takes control, I guess, I'm still present, but kind of in a backseat.
Yeah. You're saying, Caesar, we gotta get to this place. We gotta do this thing. He knows your mission objective.
And the only thing he's told me is that he wants me to take him home.
Yeah.
So I'm marching, I guess, much more as we walk forward. I'm marching much more like in military formation, just kind of going forward.
Yeah.
And very more militaristic than kind of like more casual.
And you can make up any details about the Obol bearers that you are possessing here.
Okay. I'm gonna say Caesar was more of a higher ranking person in the army. He knew General Cedric. He was one of the head scouts for the Ruby Empire, and he's been lost for some time now.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, you too.
So I have Meraldi's walnut salad recipe.
It was a powerful memory.
It was a
powerful memory. You know, food can do that to you.
One of my favorite things in Open Refuge.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, so I'm gonna say that just an overwhelming hunger hits me.
Okay.
I'm just really hungry.
Right.
Specifically for this walnut salad.
So who is it that is hungry for this salad?
I guess it'd be Meraldi?
You can if you wish.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be a really fuzzy one for you. You immediately notice that your motor control begins to waver as you're detethering from Cypress and tethering closely to someone you don't remember super tightly very well. So you find yourself struggling in your steps. But what else do you do as Morality in this period of time?
I am commenting a lot on just the lack of plant life and deathness around.
Okay, yeah, that seems fair. Mordecai.
I use my Obol I take from the picture.
Yep.
And there, it was a giant group photo, so I have so many personalities.
Yeah.
One of them, if I remember, my good acquaintance, Frederick.
Good work, friend.
Yeah.
All right, Frederick.
Is this
Frederick.
What's Frederick doing right now?
Frederick was a very optimistic man back when we were all together during the cause. So he's walking around and going, he's just really bummed out. He's really bummed out that like we're not at a bar right now. He's just like, man, this place is like a giant killjoy. Like, of all places we could have started walking through, it had to be this place when we have like the entire rest of the map that we could have looked at. Now we're here.
All right. Cool. Well, so the two of you, Ari and Tom, you are now suddenly burdened with 3 extra passengers on this journey. How would you react to having these weird personality traits suddenly manifesting in your allies here? Do you try to get to know them? Do you try to push them back? Like, how does that work?
Would she know Frederick?
Are we in the picture?
Yeah, y'all are in the picture.
Yeah.
Could we possess you?
We'll see how Trey feels later on if he rolls bad. How we want to go that way.
Short answer is you are familiar with Frederick.
Yeah, so I would probably
You're the one who's weirded
make
out.
some small talk, but try to shut out anything extra than the goal right now.
Yeah, every now and then the real people will kind of take over and be like, "Hey, it's me. Don't worry, whatever." But it's a drifting system, which unfortunately makes things a little uneasy. Tom.
Yeah, I think Tom would be a little bit disconcerted by the fact that we are one day into our journey and all of a sudden everybody's getting possessed, and would be doing his best to try to snap people out of it. Just say, hey, no, you're not Frederick. You're Mordecai. No.
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah.
No, Cypress, you're not salad.
You're not a salad. So as you continue walking forward, this is basically how your day's travel goes. I would roll for the weather, but the weather is always the same in the Black Jade Lords.
Great.
It is cold. It is not very breezy. It is dry, and there is mostly ashen wasteland around you, with every now and then a little patch of of wildlife, not necessarily in the form of green grass, but in more like mossy substances or some fungal wastes. And you eventually make it to the outside of a very decrepit, dilapidated old town called Widowsberg. And for
that's exactly what it's from.
For the audio listener, it's really what you'd expect. It's a bunch of destroyed, grayed buildings with an ashen sky, wood that has been toppled down from planks to the ground beneath. In the background, a church building tower sits high above the stable, above the buildings, but really doesn't have much to offer. There are very few lights anywhere, but if you were to look closely, you might be able to find some. And this will take you to Widowsberg. But before you even enter, I would like for 2 of you to make a perception check. And this is for hearing.
Perception. I got a +4.
I've got a 0.
I've got 6.
Go get it.
Okay.
Ooh.
23.
Tell me, what do your L5s?
Yeah, that's a 11.
Okay. Cypress. You said that you were trying to keep actively alert for Jacaunt and his dogs in case they snuck up on you again, and you do that all day. It actually takes quite a lot of wear and tear on you, being so alert for an entire trip. But you eventually make it to this city, and right on the outskirts of this town, you hear a noise that looks a little something that sounds like this. It's far in the background. It's behind one of these buildings. It's... but much fainter and muffled by the several walls of buildings in between you and it. Whatever this thing is, it is big and it is loud.
There's something. My ear kind of like twitches. Generally, that way, a bit down that way, and it sounds big, and it doesn't sound happy.
And so the 5 of you are preparing to enter Widowsberg, and that is where we're going to take a little bit of a break. Don't go away. We'll be right back with more of the Umbral Harbingers. So after Cypress has heard this noise of this monstrous apparition just beyond the city, the 5 of you set to enter under a lowly, dusty, awning, sort of opening arch into the city proper. And if I were to briefly describe what you see around you, it's these decrepit streets where there are broken down buildings, only some of which might even have lights on in the first place. And I think, in the sake of making this more fun, getting to the fun stuff faster, I'm just going to tell you this. Instead of having you go and find someone, have them explain it to you in character and all that. The only real way to get into the center of the Umbral Corruption is to either acquire Obols of such power and be able to control them that you are able to bypass this effect of the possessive spirits in the Umbral Corruption, or to be granted safe passage, maybe an escort by the lords themselves. One reason they may be compelled to do this is if you help them to face the threats that are imminently facing their own people. But it might just be because they owe you one, or because you're forcing them to. So you think that it is in your best interest to go and figure out what this beast is actually doing. It's the first thing that people know of that came directly from the Umbral Corruption. It might give you an edge or insight into what it might actually take to breach the outer perimeter. And this beast, to your knowledge, you haven't seen it yet, is far, big, loud, hungry. So, at this point, we enter the stage of the game where you are mainly trying to gather information, research, find items or clues or anything that might be able to help you to take down this beast. King Grimthorn, who is the Blackjade Lord over this particular range, the Lord over the zombies, as it were, is nowhere to be seen right now. He might be nearby. He might be out with his horde, but that's another thing for you to discover. So, just as a recap, 5 of you. You've got these Obols at your bay. You have a few other characters you've met along the way, but ultimately you're in a new town, and it's up to you to decide what to do before you progress.
How many people are here that live in this town?
Yeah, roughly, let's say, if you were to spend the next several hours, which I will make things happen if you choose to do that, you would learn more specifically how many there are, but I'm just going to say where you're standing, super rough approximation, 40 people in this whole town. And the town could easily house 2,000.
Is there, like, somewhere we would think the critical mass of people would be, or they just all be in their homes?
I won't make you roll. You would infer that the center of town, which would be the most defensible and the least destroyed by things, would be where most people would stay. It happens to be near the church.
Would that be in the direction of the large, big, angry, and hungry? I see.
Is there any, like, activity going on? Like, is there anyone, like, just, like, feeling like they're doing a chore, like cleaning up a decrepit house?
Yeah, what do you roll luck for me?
10.
Okay. You do see that there are some people that are doing day-to-day tasks, and whether or not you had asked Hellsa to give you more information about the town, you might have expected going into this that this entire region was populated entirely by zombies. So maybe it would be surprising for you to note that there are regular humanoids here that are milling about doing their day-to-day work. You see a girl, possibly human, maybe elf, off in the distance is fetching some water from one of the spigots and is taking it back to her house. And with the 10, I'll say another man is pushing a small, rough wooden wheelbarrow full of basic supplies from one street to another.
Do they appear skittish, or like they're looking over their shoulder, or just doing regular day-to-day stuff?
No insight. Yes, they are. Every time that noise from the distance appears, you notice that they're quickly darting their eyes to the sky to see if something is bearing down upon them.
Interesting.
Does the town look semi-destroyed, or at least the outskirts of it?
So the side that you entered on has the most destruction, but the walls are still intact, even if they've been patched up.
Can we go talk to one of the people that are
Can we go
milling
talk
about?
Yeah, can we go talk to the man pushing the wheelbarrow?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. If you do, you want to just like he's walking away from you. Do you like hurry to catch up with them, or are you just following?
Excuse me, sir.
He's pushing it along. You hear the creaking of an irregular wheel on the cobblestone there, and he stops. Hello.
Hi. My name is Mordecai. I'm here with my friends. We are traveling through. We're curious. What happened here?
Do you mean yesterday, or do you mean months ago? Or do you mean when this all started?
I think you just answered my question.
Let's stick with what's important. This huge beast from the Umbral Corruption is coming towards us. At any moment, it could puncture these walls, and I don't know if any of us will even be able to survive. I hear that it eats flesh, but not inside. It rips it apart and then sticks it together onto its body. That's what I heard, at least from the troops.
So you haven't seen this happen?
Oh, and I don't want to. The moment I see that, he looks at a dagger that's on his side. He says, if I catch sight of that, it may not be the creature itself that ends my life.
How would you know that the creature doesn't just necrotically raise your dead body after you kill yourself and add it to its mass?
I don't care what it does with my body when I'm done. I just don't want to be part of...
Okay, maybe we don't talk about death in front of the death-ridden people.
He starts clutching the sides of his head, and he starts breathing a little bit more heavily. And I'm gonna roll, commoner wisdom save here. He goes...
Let me fix your wheelbarrow. I want to cast Mending on the wheelbarrow for just anything.
Yeah, you do it effortlessly. You're able to restore the wheel to a much more, rounded, thick, useful shape. He's reacting to you doing this, and his words, the first words out of his mouth are, "What? Who are you people? What are you doing here?" He seems very agitated. He's on edge.
We are just passing through, but we have come upon your stead.
We'd like to help.
He starts like pulling around his body. He looks at the left side of his hip, and then when he realizes there's nothing there, he discovers that the dagger is actually on the other side of his body, and he starts to put his hand on it, and he backs away from you slowly.
Hey, everything's fine. We are not here to hurt you.
Can I roll an insight about what?
Yeah, you can try. Roll inside. Tell me specifically what you're looking for.
I want to see, essentially, is the after what I have experienced, this whole him not recognizing us, was he possessed by an Obol, or is he now possessed by an Obol?
Okay, roll a difficult insight check.
Okay, not that one then. 12.
Okay. You get the sense that he's not the same person you were talking to a minute ago.
Take it. Let's calm down. Let's come back. Do you have a name? What is your name?
His eyes dart back and forth, and his breathing starts to speed up a little bit. No. Yes. It's Sendar. It's Sendar.
Sendar. Okay, Sendar. Again, my name is Mordecai, and the only thing you can call me right now is friend.
Why don't you roll persuasion for me? Okay. His breathing slows a little bit, and you notice that his hand comes off of his dagger, And he starts to take a step backwards from you, like this, with his hands up. Look, I don't want any trouble.
Neither do we.
I'm just trying to get enough food to hold up for the next 2 days. The king said that we were allowed to lay low for a little bit until this passes. He takes another step back.
It will pass.
He takes another step back. Do you do anything?
No.
Let's just move on to the next person.
Can you point us towards the leader of this town?
I don't know where he is. He's probably outside, patrolling the walls or training his troops.
Alright.
I need to go. And he grabs his wheelbarrow, newly mended, doesn't notice, and starts wheeling it back down into the center of town.
These people are really shaky.
Obviously. Maybe let's not bring up necromancy next time.
This is the Black Jade Lord's necromancy is literally
Winton.
above us.
Winton. Just because it's there doesn't need it to be talked about all the time.
Is that girl still getting water from the well? Or spigot?
Looks like she's gone.
Is there anyone else we can see?
Okay. Well, we have outside of the wall. We can go find their supposed leader.
Yep. Tell me where you want to go. If it helps have very soft ideas, you can go directly to the church, which is in the center of town, where some of the more upkeep buildings are. You can kite around either the left or right side of the city to kind of get a layout of really where the texture of the city breaks. You can go there are walls. If you were to find a way up onto the walls, you could actually see out into the battlefields that immediately surround the city of Widowsberg, possibly in the direction of where the sound is coming from, and that's it. Right now, you're in like the broken down suburban.
Do we
district.
see anyone else milling about?
No.
I think we should go to the center of town.
I'm getting a weird feeling about the upkept church. Everything else around here is desolated except the church.
There's some buildings in
Okay.
the center of town, but it like that the locus of buildings really around the church. It seems
Okay.
like.
I think it may make sense to take an arcing path that way, though. One, because if we follow this guy, he may pull a knife on us, but the other...
Or himself.
Or himself. But the other piece is that we still don't know quite where this monster is, and taking an angle at it may help us kind of triangulate to make sure it's not just sitting in the middle of town waiting to get us.
That way.
At some point, I would like to get eyes on it if we can, from a distance at least.
I think we should find out more about it from anyone who's willing to tell us something.
That's fine. We can do that first.
Okay.
The church, is that...
I think
A roundabout way?
I think maybe that the church might be a way to figure out some more.
We should move about this quietly.
So to the center of town, but kiting. I heard, right?
And quietly.
Probably
Right.
quietly.
So you have no reason to choose left or right, but choose left or right.
Right.
Cool.
Right.
Roll a d2.
So
Wait,
in my perspective, you entered from the southern part of it. We can just say that the path wound in such a way as to give you there.
We're gonna go moon. He rolled a d2.
Good. Moon?
Sun or moon.
The sun or the moon.
Good.
We didn't clarify which was which before you rolled it.
Good. Okay, so it just means nothing.
You've finally forsaken the insurgency.
So all of you are going to go. Now, question is stealth or not, and all together or
Yes.
separate?
I'm stealthing. I don't care what you guys do. I would recommend that we move quietly.
I'll try to move quietly, I guess.
Move quietly.
Clank, 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 clank.
Yep. I mean, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna have Winton and anybody else roll stealth.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm definitely sneaking.
Stealth.
do we want to sneak up on these people?
How about
That might
how
terrify
about
them.
y'all sneak? I will
Well,
just.
only if they-
I will walk in the middle.
I
of
can
the
hear
road.
the monster is still a ways that way.
I will walk.
What is that?
I will not try to hide.
And
I
Why
just
are we
will.
sneaking again?
Yeah.
Like, we're not here to fight. As long as we don't walk out with swords drawn, we just casually walk down.
I don't want
I don't know
to
that.
sneak up on these people.
I don't know that an adventuring party that clearly stands out in this town won't draw unnecessary trouble towards us.
If we're caught.
Notably, our friend, who we recently met with the dogs.
Huh.
I think this town has bigger.
Jacaunt.
You
Problems.
can go separately. I mean, ultimately, the way I roll stealth as a party is you're only as stealthy as your least stealthy member. That's just how it goes. So
I do not wish to sneak up on these people. I am approaching a holy
Have you
site.
seen his face? Look at him. He pops around a corner and runs into someone. They're going to scream. We're going to have a fight on our hands.
Would it be better for a small group of us to maybe go up to the wall, see what we can see on the perimeter, maybe look down on the city?
With that big thing lurking around, we probably shouldn't split up. If it comes to it, it'd be better to have all of us to fight it than just...
What? We're
One
going
or
to
two
fight
of
in the
us.
middle of the town?
That might
That's
just happen.
probably the
Harry.
best place to
Yeah.
fight it. If it comes
With
to
all
it.
of these lives?
I'm saying if it comes to us.
That's not stopping it. We need to get as much information. We just can't go
Okay.
blindly out through the field and fight this thing, Harry.
It's fine.
All right.
I'm not... Anyway,
Church first, wall second.
it's fine.
Church first, wall second.
Church
I think we
first,
could
wall
just
second.
Walk there.
All right.
No,
Everyone
hide.
together. No stealth. Kiting to the right. Straight to the church. Well, not straight. Kiting to the right towards the church. Cool. Okay. Well, since you chose right, as you were kiting right, you do see something on your way there. You're walking in the middle of the road, so this is not something that you get like some specific advantage or edge on. But as you start walking forward, you see that there is a man in what looks like some very muted gray robes. You can't be sure if it was actually gray or if the haze of this entire ambiance actually causes things to have less color than they really would be anywhere else. But he's got these long cloth robes, and he actually has a long cap made of the same material. And he seems to be carrying a satchel of various instruments, whether they're glass vials or maybe some other components. And he is trying to hurry to get from one building to another building closer to the center of town, but his back seems to be up against one of the wooden walls there. He's stuck in an alley, and there are two, you do have to roll for this, they're very obviously these like vagrant robbers who have daggers pointed directly at him. And from now I'll say you're about 120 feet away, but if you were to try to listen, and I will let you do that to hear more of what's happening, or since things might happen while you wait, you could just immediately approach. That much you can immediately tell. If you choose to stay in and listen, then I will give you the chance to do that.
So we can tell he's being robbed.
Yeah, from a distance of about 120 feet, you do see he's there. Daggers pointed at him. He's backed up against the wall. He's not like tucked deep into an alley. He's like against one of the side walls. But he is, he's not looking. He looks like they're kind of taking stuff.
Would there be a way for me to reach the roof of one of the buildings that overlooks the alley?
Yeah, roll me luck just to see if there's some sort of like acrobatic like arrangement of things to get you up there.
7.
So it would be difficult. I'll say you'd have to go around one of the buildings and then climb just a normal staircase and then vault to the ceiling from there. It would take you roughly 40 seconds. What's everyone else doing while she's figuring this out?
Harry, do you want to do it?
I say we
I'll
go
defer.
talk to him. It's 5, like 3 of them. You said 3 robbers.
No, just two robbers.
While
That's
you're
us.
talking, I'm going to try to get
Two of
myself
them.
into a better position if this goes south.
I'll say you're spending 40 seconds doing that. You're now going to be on a roof.
That sounds good. I'm going to kind of duck out of sight. Where y'all are going to go talk to him. I'm in firebolt range already, so I'm in effective range, and I don't really want to get closer to the guys with the knives.
Let's go talk to them.
Go talk to him.
I'm gonna,
Winton, what are you
I'm
going
gonna
to
hang
do?
out and see if things go south.
As you go that way, and you ask me, I'm just going to pull up my mace and clang it against my shield.
Hey Tom, why don't you roll luck for me? Relatively easy luck.
Sure. Is 3 gonna come?
So I was imagining you might want to have some partial cover, and whether you can duck into like one of the broken down buildings and use like the window there. And unfortunately, there's nothing out of the sort where you currently are standing.
Yeah. So
Everything's
my
either broken
goal
down
was
or
just
wall
to
off.
block eyesight, so that it doesn't look like we're 5 people walking up on them. It makes it look like we are 3 people. Is there an alley at all, or is it just with the 3? It is.
With that 3, I'm going to say you're
Okay.
you're either in the street or you are going to where Ari was behind the other building there,
Okay.
which would put you out of line of sight.
All right.
Yeah. Then I'll
You get in a position. We'll go.
stay where I am.
I clang my
We'll
weapon
go-
against
we'll
my shield
pull
to
a good old
loudly.
surgeon.
Oh shoot! Okay, yeah.
They
I'm going to
they
try
know we're
to hide
here.
where I am.
Yeah,
just
obviously,
out.
yeah.
I'm announcing our presence.
Hello there.
27?
Jeez Louise.
26.
26. Only 26. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Yeah. So you speak up and you claim your armor, huh?
Hello there.
The 2 daggers. It's 2 daggers. The 2 bandits they jolt in place and they turn around. They say, "Hello, what in Kellenvor are you doing here?"
What am I doing here? Well, what are you doing?
What taking this guy's stuff? Now would you beat it? Let us be.
Why?
Why?
He's got the best stuff!
The best stuff.
What exactly is the best stuff?
I don't have to share anything with you!
What if we want the best stuff?
I'll stab you and take your stuff too! The other one
I don't have any.
lifts his
Negotiations are breaking down.
dagger towards you in addition.
I'm gonna train an
That's
arrow
a really
on
small
him.
sword.
Gentlemen!
Are there
Gentlemen!
Are there any like rats or cockroaches that are like on the ground?
Oh yeah, I can speak to animals.
Yeah, there's some.
I want, as they're like begin threatening us, I want to point at one of the cockroaches and cast Toll the Dead, specifically for the very, very, very loud bell sound that's going to ring out.
What? Okay.
I want you to know
Draw
I'm a
as much
druid.
attention to us as possible.
A dolorous bell fills the air around it for a moment.
Okay, so you just kind of throw this right into the alley where they are. I imagine you've walked up, so you're close enough to have range, and you hear just boom, and Toll the Dead is damage, right? It's a ranged spell attack on a creature.
Kill it.
You're gonna break the stuff.
He's killing a cockroach.
At full health, 1d8.
You attack a cockroach. Roll an attack on the cockroach.
No, it has to make a wisdom save.
Oh, that's right. That's
While
right.
Nathan pulled up his cockroach stats.
That is a natural 20.
It's a cockroach. They can't die.
Still makes the noise.
So even though it's gonna take, this is one of those saves where it still takes damage, right?
No, it because it's a cantrip.
Oh, it saves. It takes no damage.
It makes the noise, but it takes no
It
damage.
literally, so you see, just off in the distance, you from the roof and you from kind of your line of sight, you see as this cockroach was kind of like crawling on a wall next to them, it vibrates violently as it creates this echoing sound that shoots through the town, and it just sort of continues to scurry. It feels like it almost emboldened it. You gave it like a vibrance, and the two of them are.
You see something new every day.
So what do you say after all this happens? The two bandits are aghast, staring at this cockroach that has been vibrating.
What was the point of that?
The bell tolls for the dead. Although insects do not care for it. Let me just say this. If you threaten the man with the best stuff in a town that's already dying, the bell may toll 2 more times.
I'll just let that sit for a bit. First bandit looks at the second bandit. He goes, "Connor, this guy's really weird. Let's get out of here!" And immediately, I'm gonna roll 2d20s at once. All right, that's awesome. You see, as one of the bandits immediately reaches to swipe, grab this bag, and yank it out of the person that this man who's here, like with his components. And the satchel had a leather strap that was going around his neck, so he tries to grab it and pull it off his head, but this man resists. He grabs it in place and holds it down, and the two of them are now playing tug-of-war with it. And the first guy goes, "Oh, grab. He turns with his dagger, and he like turns his back to his ally and is facing the rest of you, and he's like, "Don't come any closer! I'm warning you!" And with that,
I approach.
I'm gonna say, let's roll initiative.
A nat 20.
You were ready.
The bell has tolled.
Wow,
9.
interesting.
30, 20. You have,
Okay.
you have an initiative bonus.
Okay,
I know, 9.
Oh,
if your initiative
22.
is 20 or higher, raise your hand. Say yours.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
22.
22, but not nat.
Unnatural 20.
Dirty 22.
Okay, Cypress.
I have been
How do I
waiting
do
for
this?
this moment.
Can I roll
This
with
is-
advantage
this-
because I was ready for this?
It's not really how initiative works. So, Ari. Sorry, who had between 10 and
got
15? Or 15 and 20.
exactly. Oh, sorry.
Okay, 10 and 15.
Yes.
10.
Yeah.
Anyone between 5 and 10?
9.
Okay, cool. Y'all have joint initiative. I'll just put you here.
you
I
make-
can do it by 5 segments like that. That'd be interesting.
We need to make new cards.
Help
Like
me
smaller that fit in that
Yeah,
one.
so they can actually go there. Okay, cool. Winton, immediately you see these two tussling bags back and forth, and one guy prepares his foot, like he's standing there in front of you, preparing to fight you. What do you do?
I immediately just charge forward.
Yeah.
How close are like the?
I'm gonna say you closed the gap. You walked up.
Yeah.
You weren't hiding. You were trying to keep a distance. You got an ally that's 120 feet away. I'm gonna say you're within 30, so you have enough speed to get there this round.
Is the guy? Am I close to the guy who's threatening us, or am I close to the guy?
He's
pulling?
put his back to the two guys that are pulling, so you'd have to get through him in order to get to his ally.
Okay. Could I?
We'll name them. Let's say Carter's grabbing the bag, and freaking Sam is guarding him. So Sam is now in front of you. Write this down. All right, cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just go past Sam and get straight to Carter?
Yeah, he'll try to stab you.
All right, just.
Okay, cool. So you, I'll say you have enough speed to get there. You have 30 feet of movement, right?
Yeah.
So you see as Winton just casually like sprints directly past Sam to get to Carter here, and Sam's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he turns and he thrusts his dagger into your back, but what you notice is it clanks off of your heavy armor as you continue running by. And he's like, "Hey, get your hands off of him!" And you're there. You're there now.
I immediately want to roll to attack with my mace to get at his legs.
Yeah,
just
a little sweeping blow.
break a kneecap or something.
Yeah. If you hit well enough, I might do a dex save.
Okay, just nothing. Just yeah, that's not gonna do it. That's gonna be a 9 to hit.
Yeah, 9 will not hit. So as you run past him and he swipes at you and it clangs off your armor, you take your mace, you swing for his feet, and he sees you coming at the last second and steps to the side, pulling the bag in such a way as to try to hold firm, while now he's rotated the two of them 90 degrees relative to you. So you're now there in position. Anything else you do? And on deck will be Cypress.
How far am I from them?
You were walking up as well, right? Yeah, same distance.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter. I'm good.
Okay. I actually want to do this.
Yep, while you do that, Cypress, you can let me know what you're starting with.
Make a bell sound.
Gia bells. I think I'm gonna start with frostbite
Okay.
on.
I have
I can.
battle music for this, since apparently we're in a fight.
Apparently we're gonna fight.
Apparently.
It'd be that way sometimes.
Do be like that.
The heck is this?
Why didn't they
Battle music.
Not my battle music.
The bell tolled.
Did it?
Not for the cockroach.
I didn't want to attack them.
Don't attack the animals, man. They didn't do anything to you.
Well, I didn't do anything to the animals.
Alright, that's fine. We'll go with that. So anything else from from Winton or Cypress?
I'm doing my frostbite, so they have to do a 14 con save.
Which one? Sam or Carter? Sam's in front.
Carter's the one still in the
I'm gonna
bag.
say you don't have direct. It's a line attack, right?
It's just I target one creature.
Yeah. I'm gonna say
So
just.
I could step over to.
Yeah, I'm just gonna arbitrarily say there's too much in the way now. They were up
Okay.
against the wall anyway, so you can hit Sam. You would have to push past him to get to Carter.
No, I was aiming for Sam.
Go. Dex save.
Con.
Con save fails.
Alright, it's 1d6.
Sweet. Deal that cold damage.
4.
Cool. Yep. You see as this cold frost ray shoots
And
from
it has
Cypress's finger.
disadvantage on its next weapon attack roll.
Nice. And it not only strikes him in the back as you hear him go, "Ah!" But now you see that his arm begins to tremble in place. It's hard for him to hold on to his dagger. And that takes us to, if you move, let me know. Otherwise,
I'll get within 10 feet, but not 5.
gotcha. That moves. That actually moves us to all 3 of the NPCs who rolled a 21. So I'm just going to put that thing to sort of mark this. And actually, I didn't break the tie. Okay, cool. So first, we've called him Carter. Carter, who's got the bag right now. He's like, "Get off me, old man!" And he takes his dagger and he's going to. He attempts to, while holding the bag with one hand, thrust it into the ribcage of this wizard. And you notice that the man who's there suddenly ducks out of the way, his unarmored body unpenetrated by this dagger. And so he keeps pulling, and then he's going to make a contested strength check. And So the two of them are pulling back and forth, and then out of freaking nowhere, you see as they both slip, and the bag flies from their hands, and all of these components are going to fall. So in the bag, they are flying upwards. They're going to topple. I literally. So first of all, double natural one. Double natural one. Second of all, which direction is it going? I'm gonna say one is deeper into the alley, and then everything else outward. Yeah. So it starts flying in the direction into the alley of the man in the cloth robes. We'll just call him a wizard, since spoiler, that's what he is. And as it flies towards this wizard, unnamed wizard, it's going to make contact with the wall. It's in the air. I need someone to roll luck to see if the satchel stays closed. If you're really unlucky, it might just spill open.
Who has better luck?
Luck is not a modifier.
It's just
nothing. I'm just gonna do this.
Still unlucky.
2.
You see as vials, herbs, supplements, pieces of animal parts start falling out of this bag in this display like a rainbow of special effects, and you see the wizard's eyes open wide in slow motion as it starts falling beside him. It is now at the end of the round, those things are going to hit the ground, right? 6 seconds is what we call a round. It is all happening simultaneously. Meanwhile, Sam has not gone yet. It is now his turn. Sam turns to you, and he's like, "How dare you! Oh no!" And he's going to sprint past you. Make an opportunity attack on him.
Okay. Does a 12 hit?
It does not hit. As he dodges you, and he goes, and he's going to jump up and make a grabbing motion with a 7 with a rolled 7. I'm not going to tell you his modifiers. He reaches up to grab anything, and the best he can do is grab like a couple of the lighter weight, like feathers and leaves that start to like tumble down. But other things are beginning to fall, and they might just shatter on the cobblestone ground around you. That takes us to Tom. You're next.
Yes. What would I know about taking a whole bag full of spell components and throwing them at a wall?
Roll me a history check with a disadvantage because you're doing this in like 3 seconds.
Sure. While he's doing this. Oh no, you roll. Sorry. It says mage hands at will. Can I do that right now?
At will? It should still tell you with the casting time.
At will.
And this is history?
Probably mean.
Let me read more about that.
It's an action. Cast mage hand is an action.
It's not history. We'll make it Arcana.
Either way, it's 10.
Yeah, so it's an action. So that it's like an attack.
Okay, I just didn't know like.
So, say again.
10.
All you know is it probably won't do anything, but it's probably expensive stuff that wizards would need.
Okay. But I've seen the. Okay.
You are 120 feet away.
Well, I know I'm fine. I'm trying to figure out whether to blow up the alley, shoot a firebolt in there and see what happens, or
so look, dude, probably this is why I love D&D. I don't know what's in that bag, man. If you shoot that, I'm gonna roll and see what's in that bag.
Yeah, I know. I think I have. I don't want to kill our cleric. Yeah,
I'm instantly dead.
You have other things than a fireball.
Yeah, but why would I use any of this? I think I'm gonna shoot a firebolt, but at the did you say Carter was the one hanging from or pulling things down? Yeah, I'm gonna shoot a firebolt at Carter.
Oh no, Sam is the one who turned around and was trying to catch it. But yes, the guy who's trying to like catch feathers and stuff.
Shoot at Sam.
Yeah.
So this is 11 plus 6 is 17 to hit.
That hits. You see as right after a frostbolt comes out and shot Sam, immediately a firebolt comes from the other lane and just strikes him in the back as he's trying to catch some of these. And he's like, ah! And he takes how much damage? You probably have to roll for damage.
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to... So I have something that looks like a D10 physically. Okay, yeah, 4.
Okay, cool.
Plus anything? No.
Okay, so this has all just happened. Tom, you fire this firebolt. If you want to move or use a bonus action, let me know. Next is Aerie.
Yeah, I think I'm going to move just to be closer in range, so I'll be, I think, 90 feet away from them now.
I'm going to point out 2 things that have happened now that might make this feel a little different. The first is that the sounds of this fight are reverberating through the streets. You hear a frostbolt and a firebolt, and you hear stabbing and this shouting as this bag has been torn open, and suddenly, or not suddenly, so that's the first thing you notice. The second is that the firebolt is like a rare spot of warmth in this otherwise cold city. And so it's just something that you notice, especially you, Winton, since you're in the vicinity of it. Ari, you're up.
Is the bag still falling, or is it already falling?
I'm gonna say it will be done falling at the end of the round, so you have a
Bag
chance.
is done for.
The stuff is not in the bag anymore?
No, he rolled a 2 for that.
The cat and the feathers and the other spell.
Yeah,
Y'all
I
can
can't
choose.
do anything about
Okay.
that. So I guess I'm just gonna take a shot at whoever you just shot at,
Yes.
Sam.
Yeah, both of Sam's been shot twice.
It's just a short bow attack.
Shoot the bag
How
to
far
get
am
to...
That
So you are
15?
You are fully stealthy.
Oh, yeah, you're
he has no idea where you are.
Okay.
yes.
So did you do that? With
Oh
the
yes, it
damage?
probably is good that I didn't blow up the alley.
Okay, so that definitely hits. That's a 20.
Okay, yeah,
30.
20 will hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
With a sneak attack?
With sneak attack.
Great. 6 plus 5. 10 plus
D6 is
14.
You don't
14 damage.
Holy crap.
Ari, describe to me how you finish Sam here. How you end his life.
Yeah, so he's
What about all the people, said Ari?
as he's like jumping up, reaching for all this stuff, I guess, and he kind of doubles over from this fireball attack. I'm just gonna trade an arrow straight into the center of his forehead, I guess, and fire and kill him.
Yeah, your aim strikes
true.
true. You were very used to firing from rooftops and finding advantages in your environment, and it strikes its target.
I'd like to re-hide as a bonus action.
Yeah, go and do it.
Quick question.
Winton, you notice that Sam to your right has started grabbing some of these things and then just crumples to the ground beside you.
Did he jump into the air to try to catch this stuff?
No.
Okay.
17.
That would have been funny.
Okay.
Just goes in there,
Got it.
fireball, arrows, flop.
Cool. I will give Carter a chance to find you. Okay, cool. So that is Aries' turn. That takes us to Mordecai.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand.
Tell me what you're doing.
I'm gonna cast it, and I'm gonna control it so it as swiftly catches all items as I possibly can.
Fascinating.
Before they hit the ground.
Mage Hand can hold like 5 pounds, I think is how it's
Up to
described.
10 pounds.
Oh, okay, cool. That's definitely enough to catch the components in this pouch. So this is weird because it's like this is effectively a dexterity challenge, but you're using a magical component for it. I'm gonna just double see. You can use the hand to manipulate the object, open up, blah 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 blah. Still retrieve an item, blah blah blah. 30 feet, that's enough. You can get there. 10 pounds, totally cool. As for the duration, so you dismiss it again. Okay, cool. So a floating hand appears. You point. You cast the spell, and this hand appears right underneath this bag that's now toppling with all these ingredients. And frankly, I am going to have. I think it's still dexterity.
Okay.
So I want you to roll a sleight of hand check for your mage hand as you're manipulating its position to try to catch as much as
Sleight
possible.
of hand.
Yes,
Okay. 17 plus 5, 22.
You have plus 5 to sleight of hand.
Yeah,
Sweet. I mean, this worked out. Great.
I'm a dexterous little boy.
So yeah, Winton, you see as Sam hits the deck and some of the feathers are like toppling from his hands as he's been like killed, and then immediately you see the spectral hand boom pop into existence next to you, grab the bag, and then do the classic the Spider-Man like Tobey Maguire.
Yes!
Catching all those
Yes!
with the 22. With the 22. Did you catch literally everything? I think he did.
Yes!
So everything's back in this leather bag, and it is now kind of like hovering down to the level where I don't know if you're trying to get it out or move it in. You can move it up to say 30 more feet.
I'm doing exactly what you did. I'm
Okay, cool.
Tobey Maguire, and then I'm keeping it away. Don't let Carter.
You're just playing a little bit of a keep away.
Yeah.
So maximum distance from you is 30
Carter.
feet, so you can't send it up too high
Oh,
right
no,
now.
not too high. Just like
Yeah.
like right behind me, floating in
Yeah,
there.
we'll say you can kind of move it. It's sort of in your direction. I'm just gonna roughly say 15 feet towards you, plus the movement of actually whatever. This is all made up. So,
Yeah.
and then Carter, it's like eyeing the bag, and then eyeing you, and then he realizes that he's tugging over basically nothing. He's going to drop that, and he sees what's happened to Sam, and you can tell that he is terrified. He's out. Mordecai, that's the end of the round. At the top is Winton. You see that Carter is here, and he's just seen everything that's happened.
Is Sam fully dead?
Do you want to go and check on it?
Yes.
Give me an easy perception check.
A nat 20.
So in the midst of your fight, you saw an arrow fly from a rooftop, strike him in the center of the forehead, and then he fell to the ground. Dude's dead.
Okay.
Dude's pushing up daisies.
Okay.
Does he get death saves?
Yeah, does it get death saves?
With a nat 20, you get to learn something about the nature of death.
Yeah, sure. His first roll was a 1.
Makes sense. He had an arrow through the forehead.
So rules written, he hasn't rolled that yet. That happens here, but like now you know. With a nat 20, I'll say you are certain that he just rolled a 1. He's like very close to death.
So he's not dead yet.
Yeah, he's technically down.
I want to glare at Carter, and
Interesting. Yeah.
I essentially want to say, "Weapons down, and your friend lives."
Okay.
I'm going to cast Spare the Dying.
Okay,
As I turn to him, as I look at Sam, just Spare the Dying at a distance. Turn to Sam.
Okay, cool.
Or Carter.
Because you've already shown good grace by casting the spell, go ahead and roll Persuasion with advantage. This should be pretty easy, but it's not guaranteed.
I have a -1 to Persuasion. With advantage, that's a 10.
Okay. He looks at you. He looks at the bag. He looks at the direction of the arrow bolt, struggling to find where that came from. He was unable to find you. He sees you having just thrown a firebolt and you having just thrown like this frost ray, and he goes, and he drops his dagger and holds his hands in the air like this.
Yeah.
Does the arrow like pop out of Sam's head?
That is not how Spare the Dying works.
Okay.
He will no longer have to make death saving throws, but he needs immediate medical attention.
Yeah, I'll walk over and just heal him real quick.
As one does.
With I'll just heal him with a first level cure wounds for 12.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
because he's dead, so you can
You pop him back up with your domain, great domain cleric ability, and you see him go.
You're welcome.
He's brushing ash off of his shoulder. He's trying to move his hands, but they're too cold. And he looks up at you, and he's like, "Help me!"
He just did.
With what?
Get this thing out of my head!
You and me, bro.
Oh!
God.
Oh! God! You see I won't be too graphic. Blood is coming from his head.
Are you feeling better?
Let me roll something for poor old Sam here.
another one. What have I done?
Bro. He goes.
Can't make arrows.
You see as he crumples to the ground and just starts clutching his side,
Punching glove.
trembling in place.
Get a punching glove.
It seems that he might go into shock soon.
I think unconscious was better for him. 12 points of damage real quick.
Well, can I just do a medicine check to, like, with whatever tools I have in my pack from being a cleric?
You're a field doctor. You might have a chance to fix this problem.
Fix this problem,
This
great.
problem.
Does a 24 work?
Yeah, that's really good. You have supplies in your bag that you're able to use to patch up his wounds as well as reasonable. I would even say that he doesn't necessarily, 100% need to go to an infirmary in order to walk around. You're that good. Plus, we'll just say, because D&D's funky and you can die and come back and all this stuff, that like he was shot, wasn't, straight through the brain, might be like a really, really nasty side of the temple kind of thing, so that he is reasonably alive. You were able to patch him up.
Magic save.
He is still wailing in pain.
I literally just am going to pick him up and like carry him on my shoulder.
Okay.
Where?
You see Carter just sort of acquiesce. He is sort of waiting to see what the rest of you will do with him.
All right, so
His
we
dagger's on
have
ground,
the
Sam's
good
in
stuff,
I take his dagger.
but
So he doesn't know.
what is the good stuff?
I say we give the good stuff back to the guy.
Yeah, Mordecai has good stuff.
I'm sorry, I'm still in shock from what just happened in the last 6 seconds.
I'm sorry, this is proper Ruby Empire just commandments. If you see people coming out and
Are
trying
we-
to steal,
are
you
we out of combat now?
Do we know that they weren't the good guys and this guy wasn't a thief?
You, Carter! Were you trying to steal from this man, or were you trying to steal back from this man? And let me tell you, if you lie, I'll know, and I'll drop your friend.
Well,
They just said that they were trying to steal from the guy.
Yeah, of course I'm trying to steal from that guy.
They're the bad guys.
okay, hold on. I bring the mage hand down. I look inside the bag.
What are you looking for?
I am looking just for a general sense of, like, what is in here.
Yeah, roll investigate for me. Trying to make sense of what's in the bag.
Hi, what's your name, Mr. Wizard Guy?
15.
He brushes off his cloak in front of you. I'll tell you, what you see in the bag is a mixture of 7 glass vials that have different solutions in them, liquids, and then just a smaller pouch, a leather pouch nested inside that has a lot of much smaller, more intricate things, like the feather of a particular creature, like the tail of a newt or whatever, like things you would expect a wizard to have as spell components.
Magic Man, does anything look out of the usual in this bag?
So this man looks at you, Cypress, and he says, I think I'm in one piece. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yorwin is my name. He just reaches out a hand to shake yours.
What was it?
So that's Yurwin.
Yorwin. Wizard.
He starts walking in the direction of. Well, you just gave it to Tom, right?
I was showing the Tom, like, does everything here look on the up and up?
You're gonna take another look, see if you can figure things out.
Yeah, can I roll for Arcana?
Sure.
8.
Okay, since you were looking for Arcana, what I will tell you is these are used almost exclusively for spells. So,
Okay.
cast from his pouch.
Okay.
Spell stuff.
I take the mage hand. I just call the mage hand. I get the bag in my own hand, and I hand it to Ewan.
Okay. So he grabs it back from you, and he starts looking through all of it, and he starts counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll describe what he looks like. I don't have an image for him. This is one of my many alternative NPCs you could have come across. But he will say that these robes are. I said it was like a muted gray, made out of cloth. He's got a long cap as well. He is human. He is of. Let's say he's about 40 years old and of average height. He has slightly broader shoulders, and you'll notice that if you were to like take a closer look at his hands and his feet, they are really decayed, like someone who used to work with his hands quite a lot, like a farmer or someone like that, or I should say like calloused. Decayed. And he.
It's canon in the Risen Lands.
Yes. Yes.
Regenerate like.
So he looks at the rest of you and he says, Thank you. I knew that they were tailing me for the last week or so. I didn't think that they actually had the guts to go through with it. What with the King's Watch, threatening threatening the death of anyone who goes against his orders. But this should be everything that I need. So I appreciate it. Maybe I can do something for you in exchange.
Yeah.
What are you in Widowsberg for?
So.
We're here to hunt a monster to get
We're here to
advantage
come down
over a
and
black
say-
jade.
No, I'm gonna stay up there.
Surely by monster you don't mean
Huh?
the beast outside.
Is that the monster that's plaguing the lands?
Yeah, plague is about the right word for it.
Then
That's the
probably,
one
yeah,
we're
that's
after.
the one.
Does this beast have a name that you've given it? Is it known as anything?
Or is it just the beast?
The beast.
Not my name, but King Grimthorn told his troops to be on the lookout for what he calls a Corpseweaver Abomination.
Corpseweaver.
Abomination.
It's really what it sounds like. Reports come in from his troops that it is this massive flesh-eating monstrosity that grabs and sews together anything it can eat, building itself into an even more monstrous form.
So you haven't seen it yourself?
Yeah, I saw it. I wish that I had it. It makes you... It gives you... He stops talking.
How about we walk with you? Where were you going? Because we probably don't want to be in this alley whenever things come and looking for the source of the noises.
Yeah,
Can you,
that's a good call.
as we walk, can you, either from what you have seen or heard tell, what can this beast do? Can it fly? Is it...
No.
What
It
does it
crawls
do?
along the ground. It has, I think what I heard from Grimthorn's troops is that it has, like, these long, spiny legs, or it reminds me a little bit of a caterpillar or a spider or something with, like, lots of little legs to move it along, and then it...
Like a centipede.
Yeah. Like a centipede.
I know those.
He pauses for a second. He says,
I like centipedes.
he looks through his bag. He looks through his bag and he goes, I need to go to my lab. Forgive me. You're gonna have to find your way around town here. There's not much to see, but if you go to the church center, the priestess should give you at least an introduction to the people who are being taken care of here after the war. I think that I want to thank you for this. You've done me so much. My work would have been set back weeks if either those vagabonds got their hands on it, or if those components were destroyed in the fight. So he looks to you, Mordecai. Thank you, and thank you all. I thought I would give you this. He reaches into the bag and he pulls out, it's a ring. And he is going to offer it to you, Mordecai. Just instinctively gives it to you and he says, so there you'll see that there's a small blue gemstone in the ring. It should allow you to cast something like a scorching ray, which should be meaningfully helpful to you.
Is the Corpseweaver especially weak to fire? Is that why you're giving us this?
One of the things I was researching was how it is able to actually stitch these things together. So in my lab, I've been experimenting on corpses to see what the best form of power is to separate it. I'm pretty confident of this. Fire damage is one of the best ways to sever each of these pieces from its source. That's at least how the limbs of a zombie work, and if it's feeding on all of the zombie corpses around here, then that's probably what it's going to turn into. Now, there was something else that you really clued me in on. Sorry, what was your name?
Cypress.
Yes, Cypress. I was experimenting with what different exoskeleton-like creatures actually use in their form of recovery or stasis manipulation, and that's why I've been experimenting on a lot of the cockroaches that were here in the alley. I was trying to collect
they're
some
really
of them.
hardy.
They are notoriously difficult to kill. King Grimthorn honestly believes that they might actually be undead themselves, but it's to be seen in my research.
Entirely possible.
But here's one thing that I was able to observe. Whenever you put any of these creatures into a cold stasis, it's actually very difficult for it to sort of reform its metabolism, its kinetic structure. So fire damage separates. Cold, I believe, keeps the body from reforming. It slows down its ability to regenerate. Now, this statement of yours has given me something else to work on. I need to go to that immediately, so if you'll excuse me, I will take my things and leave.
Glad to be of service.
He gestures goodbye and he takes his bag and leaves.
Alright. Well...
Oh, sorry, and one more thing, because I completely forgot to give it to you. He's going to give another ring for Ray of Frost to you, Winton. So it is it allows you to cast the cantrip.
I reach it with the shields with Sam still on my back.
Sam's like, ugh! Stop moving so much!
Shut up, we'll be at the church in a bit.
I'll freeze you again.
Just go down.
Alright, so your win has just taken off.
Okay. To the church?
And I'll drop down.
Do we bring like Carter along? Like tied, I guess, handcuffed, tied?
You tell me what you do with him.
I have Sam right here. Carter, are you going to abandon Sam?
I don't know. How tight are they?
I'm going to tie up Carter.
Okay. This is Carter's feelings towards Sam and Sam's feelings towards Carter as comrades, as prisoners.
Sam's in love, Carter.
They are both. They're colleagues. Mm-hmm. They're friends from work.
Right.
And so he will sheepishly follow you. Cypress, why don't you roll insight for me?
Gladly. That is... Insight... that is... 17.
Okay. You are watching Carter's movements, and he is moving with a lot of thoughtfulness. The steps that he's taking, he's trying to maintain some perfect positioning, and whether it's relative distance between you and someone else, or to stand between you and something else, he's up to something. His hands are up like this as he walks.
I'm gonna go ahead and, tie his hands together.
Hey, what are you doing? I gave you my weapon. Stop!
Yeah, okay. It doesn't mean you can't still run.
Help! They're tying me up. They're killing me. They're killing me. They're gonna take me and kill me. Help! His yells are now ringing through the streets.
Do you want us to kill Sam again, or do you want to stop?
He keeps screaming.
I tie him up.
Do you gag him?
I gag him.
Yeah, I mean,
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Give me just one dex check for all of this.
this does not look good on us, for the record.
30-20.
Okay. You feel pretty confident. You've bound him well. He goes from hell to and he's pulling against the ropes that are now bound behind his back. But he will follow you if you walk.
Who's the strongest one here?
I'm not.
Not me.
Is there any advantage that we're going to gain by just taking two of the
them?
townspeople into the town square and saying these people were doing crimes? You can tell by the way that we tied them up and carried them here.
No, we should leave him here. We can take this one to get help.
Fine,
at the
throw him in
church.
an alley.
No, we already did medicine on him. Put him with his friend, and then somebody will be by eventually.
Fine. I'm gonna set Sam down.
Okay.
I want to look him dead in the eye.
He can't really move, but he can sit up.
Knock him unconscious. Just knock him unconscious so he's not screaming in the back.
Change your ways. Join the guard.
Right.
You say it to both of them?
I guess Carter's there too, but I'm mainly talking to Sam right now because he's experienced death.
You see him. He looks up at you, and he doesn't respond. He's just clutching his head in pain.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to Carter and be like, look, you've chosen this path. Use it for good. Use it against those who rule you, not your fellow man.
Well, technically, he is going in violation of the king's army.
Use this.
What do you roll persuasion? Just for fun.
Yeah.
Just for fun.
Okay. That is 10.
Okay. He looks at you and he's like, he shakes his head in incredulity. Seems to be really just confused by what you said.
Let's go.
All right.
Yeah, I think as we're walking off,
Bye, Sam.
Tom says, Cypress, by tying him up, aren't you just aiding the king?
I'm sure we'll get out. He's a thief.
Well, we left Sam untied. He'll get better.
Sam will recover.
Winston, you don't get to talk, okay? For real. What? Do you remember anything that you've done?
I saved a wizard.
We
saved a wizard.
What was? I'm still on that bell sound, dude.
I was trying to alert them that what they were doing was wrong.
The best way to take down the king is from the inside.
Winston,
So we're
You
going
gotta
to
get him out on the
church?
inside.
Is that what we're doing?
Yes, we're headed to the church.
Gotta sow the seeds now.
Okay, I heard church, so y'all are
walk
walking
to
to church.
church. Winston, don't talk about death, okay? Please. No
Okay.
death.
Okay. I need Ari and
Oh my goodness.
Mordecai to roll perception as you're walking through the streets.
20, dirty 20.
Less than 20.
14.
Okay. Just because I share something doesn't necessarily mean it's important. In a sandbox world, there are some things that are hooks that you can choose to use, and there are things you can just completely ignore. That's
This
up to you.
is the most important thing we're gonna get.
The monster
all
crawls
campaign.
over the walls.
So, unrelated to your roll, I did roll to see if the presence of the beast had shifted. It has moved closer to you. It is on the outside of the walls, and you hear the noises coming from roughly 200 feet from you. It is right
Do
there.
we see, army? Military? Anybody?
Yeah,
Weapons?
let's see what's going on. You hear the sounds of a large body of creatures, of humanoids, that are walking. They themselves are on the outside of the wall. Okay.
Okay.
You keep working with that 20, and what'd you roll?
14.
So I'm going to say the two of you are used to living in the big city, and so you can tell what kinds of buildings have more wealth ascribed to them. And I'll just casually throw out that on your right, as you're getting closer to the town center, there appears to be a manor that area you can immediately perceive would be something like a governor's mansion. This is someone who had leadership or control or authority. It has since been busted into something, fell onto it, something made of stone or maybe a large beast, and that was a while ago. There are the remains of what looks like a very ornate house. You might infer that there's cool stuff inside of it, but it's been pretty much abandoned for many years, you would infer. Ahead of you is the center of town, a bit of a triple intersection between some cobblestone streets, the church being on the corner. There are a few other buildings that actually have lights on towards the center of town.
Someone important must have lived there.
Got their stuff smashed in.
Right.
Do we want to investigate what happened a few years ago?
I mean, maybe
How
there's...
do that?
I think
Because we know the governor's mansion looks like it was abandoned well before the past couple of days, right?
right.
So this has been going on longer than the past couple. Do we know how long, or does Winter know how long
We got a hint.
the corruption has been corrupting this land with monsters and beasts roaming? Has it been a couple years?
So the beasts is 3 weeks old. Actually, no, it has to be more than that. So I'm going to say 2 months old. In terms of a timeline.
So I would have heard about them, at least some sort of rumors.
Yeah. It's actually it's the reason your troops were in direct confrontation with King Grimthorn. He's being ousted from his terrain as a result of the beast's encroaching influence. That's why he came up across the agreed barrier between the Ruby Empire and his troops.
All right.
Yeah.
That thing is getting closer. I think we need to keep moving.
Also, I said 200 feet. That's way too close. I'm going to say 500 feet. So
Okay.
throw it out there a little further.
Yeah, I agree. If that thing's getting closer, we don't
Yeah.
have time to scrimmage around. We have to.
We can ask her about it, though.
Okay, straight to the church.
Yep.
I think so.
To see the...
You step inside the church, and it is of a traditional Gothic architecture. You've got these large stone columns that reach upwards and sort of end in these, I think they're called buttresses, and these turrets. And if you were to go into the church itself, you would see that there are a collection of tapestries that tell particular stories. There is no stained glass because all of the windows have at one point been broken. Glass completely cleaned out.
Can I tell what god is worshipped in this church?
You wouldn't have to work too hard to know that it's Kelimpor, the god of death.
Okay.
So we'll say that his visage is pretty clearly labeled in some of the stone etchings that are on the entrance and above the main arch. And when you go inside, you see that there are a few lights on. There are, at this very moment, there is a lot of busyness inside of the church. You see that there is a collection of clerics or priests being led by one seemingly head priestess that is going to these people who have been wounded and are attending to them in the church. They've seemingly brought them inside. There's at least 20 people in there. Something happened recently, and you notice that some of the people that she's tending to are fully humanoid. They would be elves or dwarves or halflings or whatever, and the other half, roughly speaking, are not living. They seem to be zombies. They are these undead creatures that she is also tending to by giving them healing supplements or soups or food. There's a little fire in the center of the church. Some of the pews that this church used to be used for worship have been kind of pushed aside to build what is effectively a temporary barricade and also privacy dividers for people's sleeping arrangements. They sleep on the floor. You enter the front.
Whoa. They're helping zombies. Okay.
They work for the zombies. Hi.
Don't be zombist.
Well, alivist.
You're about 150 feet away from the front where she's seemingly busy working with these people.
She looks busy. Was there another nurse around here? Anyone else? Did you say there was more than just?
There are let's say 4 acolytes that are sort of like busy doing the priestesses.
least busy acolyte right now? Who's the one that looks like they like break?
They are all very busy.
Okay.
Might as well go talk to the head person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You walk
So,
in.
Yeah,
in
walk
the
up, say, hi, we're new in town.
Yeah.
We're working with King Grimthorn's army just to hunt this monster. Which
Okay.
is technically not a lie.
So you see that she's tending to someone, says, okay, and she's casting a spell. She studies, listens, holds the back of her head, looks up. Around this time you show up and you start speaking. You share this thought with her, and she looks at you all directly, takes you all in one sweep. Sorry. Welcome to the Church of Lord Kalimthor. Kalimvor, hard to say. I'm the head priestess here. My name's Beatrice, and unfortunately we're very busy. We just had several troops come back from the front line, and they are in dire need of assistance. Is there something that I can help you with?
Yeah, so we're not familiar with the lay of the land. We were wondering, is there a place in town that would be a good place in your eyes to fight this monster if we're going to
fight the monster? She takes a scepter that she had at her side and she sort of fastens it onto a leather strap on her pouch, and she pulls her two hands in front of her. She puts one hand on her forehead as she's thinking. Now, I'm sorry, are you reinforcements that King Grimthorn sent for? He never mentioned anything like this.
We're irregulars.
We're here to help.
As you can tell by the being alive.
Right. Let me see how she reacts to this. She says, I don't mean to offend. We are not in the position to be sending more people out there to fight, only because the king has very strict orders that only those in his immediate purview are to be granted direct access to the front lines. If you were to go out there, it might jeopardize his mission.
His mission
It's the same as ours.
He's trying to find out what exactly this creature feeds on. I think his plan is... Oh, well, he would tell you himself. It is not for me to disclose.
How many people are injured?
In this room. 18.
Okay.
Where would we find him?
She waits until she hears the marching footsteps of what seems like several hundred people on the outsides of the walls, and she goes, that'd be him. He typically likes to ride at the forefront of his army. They're not the most focused without his immediate control. But he wasn't planning on fighting anything today, just scouting. We think that we have enough time to set up some sort of trap, diversion, or a poison, some tonic that might be able to put it at enough bay for his troops to go in and finish the job.
What sort of damage have the injured taken?
Well, you can look for yourself. If you were to look at them, you would see two things. The first is that a lot of them have this black, veiny, necrotic damage like you are suffering right now, just like shooting through their body. The ones that are humanoid are experiencing it much more than those who are already zombies. But all of them have received these genuinely grotesque forms of piercing damage that go through, I'm talking inch diameter holes in their body, whether it's in their arm or their leg or their stomach or their back, in some unfortunate instances closer to their neck or even their head, as a direct result of their encounter with whatever this thing is.
Well, it sounds like we need to go talk about setting a trap with great King Grimthor.
I mean, I guess we do need his help, permission. I still don't know what he can give us to get us into the corruption, but he's the way to get it.
Let's go talk to old Grimy.
Thank you for your help,
Right.
Priestess Beatrice.
You're welcome. May Kalimvor go with you in your endeavors. We, unfortunately, we might be burying some of our lost ones today. So, if you do have time to return, I see that you are a cleric, and we might want to pass them rites as they go.
May Tempest be with you.
And with you. I fear that if we don't bind their souls meaningfully well in a burial ritual of some sort, then we might lose them to the spectral plane, which, of course, can come back to bite us in the end. So, if any of these people here have Tempest as their god, then they would certainly welcome you at their side. And she turns to go and talk to her acolytes, her fellow healers. I will say, as in terms of the layout, I already described the way the church works. There is a spiral staircase that can take you to the top of the tower where the belfry is. It also connects directly to one of the walls, allowing you to kind of walk on the outskirts of the actual this like fortified city. On the ground around you, there are 3 other acolytes that are healing in different ways. They seem to come from different backgrounds. They have different immediate visages in terms of their race, their class, or their whatever. And some people look like they're healed enough to be standing up and walking around, whereas others are on their last legs. They will not live much longer.
Spare the dying to every single one of them.
Yeah. If you have the resource, you just spare the dying so that they don't have to make death saving throws, which of course is a really meaningful thing. It doesn't guarantee that they'll be able to
It's a
solve.
cantrip.
Yeah.
No way.
It is.
Yeah. So that'll take you roughly a minute if you just go around at 2 minutes. You go around and just spare the dying all these people.
Just quick. We want to be liked right now.
Yeah. Actually, why don't you roll D4?
D4. That's a 4.
Wow. Yeah. So there were 4 people who were here that were actually very close to passing, and instead of these healers desperately trying to keep them up by doing medicine checks and trying to tend to their wounds, you stabilize them instantly, and they look up at you with a sense of awe, but really more just appreciation. Like, you hear one of them say, "Thank you so much. What is your name?"
I am Winton Rocher. Tempest be with you.
And they continue to those who need more immediate support. You just saved 4 lives, probably. I never rolled all of their death saves, but yeah.
All right. Do we want to go to the wall?
I would
We want
like
to take
to.
the spiral staircase, get a good view. Maybe
You
we
can
see
toll the
monster.
bell.
Maybe we can see.
I know you love doing that.
I at least want to see what kind of forces we're working with
Yes.
for now.
All right. So all in favor of taking the spiral staircase to the wall?
I am in agreement.
Let's go.
Okay. As you climb up the staircase, you hear the bell chime. That it's, in this case, we'll just say 7 o'clock. And the music is, it's melancholy, but it has a pleasant timbre to it. It's ding, ding. As you start walking up, the noise gets a little bit louder, but you make it to the top and you step out onto the wall. I'll say no complications there. And immediately down and about 400 feet out, about 500 feet out is your first look at this creature in the flesh. And it is all flesh. I'm not going to show you an image until you get closer because you're too far away to get real details, and I don't want to spoil anything from the image alone. But here's what I will tell you. I'll let 2 of you roll perception.
Perception.
Bear, druid, and
+3.
bard.
+4.
Oh.
That's
You're
an
a cleric.
11.
You made a good roll for once. That's a nat 1.
All right, 11. 11's our best side.
11.
So the misty haze is making this difficult,
Plus
and the
6.
timing happens to be that it's that your 3 minute night time as the souls in the sky recede from the central glow. And here's all I can tell you: this creature, gauging your distance from it being about 500 feet away, it must be at least 100 feet in length. But what's difficult is to note how tall it is. It's almost like it's flat. It seems to be crawling along the ground, and if you were to look really closely with an 11, you could infer that it's made up of an amalgamation of bodies that have been mishmashed together. I can't give you more details than that, but when it moves, it is the most unnatural thing to watch.
How quickly does it move?
With an 11, it moves at about double the speed of a person.
Cool.
So it crawls using this sort of force that kind of reminds me a little bit of like tank treads, where you'll see heads and arms and limbs and bodies just rocketing across the ground in a rotating motion, allowing it to push itself forward.
Do we see
the rippling motion? I'll tell you this just because you specifically mentioned it. That rippling motion of how it moves is very similar to how a centipede moves.
Let's go.
Do
I
we
know
s-
my animals.
Oh yeah. Do we see the armies of Widowsberg?
You do, yeah. So closer to you, about 100 feet down 40 feet, then about 100 feet out, you see that there's a patrol of troops that are marching on the side of the wall, facing in the direction of this creature, eyeing it from a distance. And immediately, a few things have come to mind. The first is that this horde is, of course, about 100 zombies. They are not extremely well kept in their marching orders, but they're still, nonetheless, tightly packed, pushing forward, nonstop, no breaks, no breaths, no whining. They are single-mindedly following the influence of a leader. And this is going to be your first chance to see him. King Grimthorn rides on a chariot on top of the horde as this massive mound just carries him slowly from one place to another. He's big. He's an ogre. He is an ogre that has been turned into a zombie. This is King Grimthorn. So, you see his red, glowing eyes staring down, sneering at the zombies that carry him. He rides on a wooden box that is carried just in place by his hundreds of zombies, and he holds a large spear in his hand. Around his neck, a necklace of many small bones, and you'll see, maybe not in the artwork necessarily, but you'll see that at a fixture along his belt, we'll call it a belt buckle, is a very large black jade shard, or black jade, which of course he is using to control these troops. He's barking orders at them right now. He says, "Ah! Stop here! Wait! Scouts! Go forth! Watch him feed!" And of course, 5 scouts very slowly start making their way hundreds and hundreds of feet out into the terrain there. I'll tell you in advance, if you were to wait about 4 whole minutes, they would get out to the site of this creature. It would turn, whatever turning means for this terrifying creature, and you would see a black tendril shoot out from the inside, grab one of these scouts, and then just pull it directly into any aspect. No belly, no mouth, no nothing. Just directly into the side, and you would see the zombies barely fight back, walking vaguely in the direction of King Grimthorn as it begins to flesh-covering flesh suck in the body and absorb it into one of its own. And King Grimthorn closes his eyes and he holds the black jade in his hand and he goes, "Yes. Yes. Good. You! Carry that frost with you! And go and examine more." And you'll see this process repeated again. This creature now holding a supplement that was produced by, you could infer, some mage in the city. And as soon as the zombie gets close enough, he activates this, basically it's a pocket spell. It's a little pebble that then activates when it reaches its target. And you see a little explosion of cold energy when he enters its maw. And then it's really slow to absorb it inside. And I'll stop there to give you some time to do anything. But
Can we
this is
tell-
what he's doing right now.
How close the zombies were to the monster before they got
30 feet.
30 feet.
Okay.
Very roughly 30 feet. You're too far away to really know. It could be 10, it could be 50. Just to give you some tolerance there.
Spell sniper.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be a real pain for y'all to deal with.
Okay?
I've got 60 foot fire or frost.
You are on the wall. King Grimthorn is there. He is very focused on the target. Y'all haven't even rolled stealth. I'm not going to make you. He has not noticed you yet. He's actually closing his eyes. He is you could infer, seeing through the experience of his zombies as they are becoming absorbed.
So, would we like to go talk to the king?
Yeah, do we want to do rather ask for forgiveness and permission, or do we want to go talk to him?
I don't know
All
that he turned
about-
down more bodies to feed to it.
Well, yeah, but I don't really want to be body to feed to it.
I know that, but what I'm saying is, even if we fail him, we're just more bodies for the thing for him to learn from. I don't see a reason why he would say no to us joining.
I'm all about not asking his permission and just doing whatever we want. But that's just me.
They did say that they were... The Beatrice at the church did say that they were setting a trap for the creature.
It doesn't look much a trap. More
Their trap seems
dinner
to be,
time.
Yeah, their trap seems to be
Feed it.
feed it.
We don't.
As you discuss,
We're
he's
ready to
preparing
do this, do we?
another scout to go with another test. So if you do nothing in the next 4 minutes, he's going to send a third scout.
Do we want to go ask why he's feeding the giant monster?
I'd love to go talk to him about science.
He will.
Seems to be an experimenter.
If we will go talk to him, he's going to keep sending out scouts. It doesn't matter.
I say we let Tom lead a discussion, because apparently they're scientists, I guess, based on
Yeah, he's
what he
testing
says.
empirically what does not work, and
Tom,
mostly does not.
Would you like to talk to the great King Grimthorn?
Sure, let's go talk to
All right.
the great King Grimthorn.
Sure.
For
There's
the
no
record, I'm opposed, but I will go along.
There's no easy way down off of the wall. It's 40 feet down to the grounds. There's not like a.
I'm trying to think of how many hit dice that is and whether I'll die immediately.
It would be
walk
4d6 bludgeoning damage.
Most likely wouldn't kill me,
I
but I don't really want to do
wouldn't
that.
die. I could make it.
We could just walk down the stairs.
Yeah, we
walk
could
out
go back
wall.
down the stairs.
Okay. You go back down
Testing
into the
whether you
church.
die.
And then out the door
Yeah.
to outside the wall to go see King Grimthorn.
Sure. I'll tell you that there are stairs going down inside the church as well. So you might be able to get your way out of the walls inside the church instead of just walking all the way back from the entrance you came from.
Okay.
And then
Right
ask
up.
Beatrice, where's the nearest exit to get to King outside the walls to see King Grimthorn?
She says, I'm afraid that I don't know if I can trust you fully. Thank you.
I have literally just saved 4 people in this church. We are here to kill a giant monster.
She actually pauses on that and she seriously thinks it over. She goes, yes, you're right. I'm sorry. There is an entrance. Over the years, we've lost so many units that we tried to speed up the process of getting them into the church and buried into a place of relative sacred value. So we built catacombs. They go here underneath the church and out directly into the battlefield where we used to wage war against the crypt queen herself. So if you wish to take them, then you'll find them. They're down these stairs, but you're going to need a key in order to get in. You can borrow mine.
Thank you very much. Once again, Tempest be with you, and I hope your god Kalimvor is also watching out for you.
Thank you.
I got the key, guys.
Great.
Let's go.
To the
do it?
catacombs, I suppose?
Yeah, just
Yep.
Dead people.
You venture downstairs that get increasingly musty, and there's one thing that immediately occurs to you. It's beginning to smell so vile as the feeling of death hangs in the air, and I want all of you to do a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. Does a 14 work?
We'll resolve in a second.
I'm gonna use a luck point.
Does a 13 work?
You take that higher.
8.
Either roll.
Yeah, you pick either of the rolls.
I
on that.
know.
Oh, okay.
I rolled it.
All right. So if you rolled lower than a 10, raise your hand. Okay. The closer that you get to this smell, the more that it begins to make you nauseated. You retch at this increasingly intense, putrid smell from decaying bodies that you can't even see yet. But it's almost as if this catacomb is a cannon gusting air directly into your nostrils and feeding you with these terrible, terrible smells. Both of you, while you're in the vicinity of these catacombs, are poisoned. This means that you have disadvantage on all ability and attack rolls while you are here. So that's checks, that's attack rolls, you get the like. There are ways to address it, but we'll let you mess with that based on skills and spells or whatever. You walk down the catacombs, and what you all observe is that there are hastily constructed dirt mounds where many bodies have been pushed in, buried over, and then stacked on top of for these communal burial sites, one after the other after the other. Very roughly speaking, you would predict that there are another 80 people that are down here in these catacombs. They're not really sacred constructed sites. They're more like an underground burial site. And if you were to keep walking, you would find that it does indeed kick up and out into a hidden marshy swampland that is just on the outside of the walls, but is about 200 feet closer to the battlefield where this death took place. Inconveniently, that's actually right where the beast is, the Corpseweaver. And so you are now roughly halfway in between it and King Grimthorn.
Just kind of pop your head out then.
Oh!
Well, guys, I have good news and bad news. Which one would you like to hear first?
Mordecai and Ari are desperate to get out of this air.
I have to get out of here.
I'm going to die.
Okay, bad news first. We are halfway to the Corpseweaver. Good news, we are halfway to King Grimthorn.
Excellent.
Great. By halfway, do
The
you
Corpseweaver is faster than we are, which means it's twice as close to us as we are to King Grimthorn.
then-
So we'd
bad
either
news.
go back or walk out and straight up fight this thing.
We could try to sneak around it.
Well, we did hear that the thing did not react until, or we did see that it did not react until it was within 30 feet of the zombies. We are outside of that range.
I'm gonna roll True Luck as to. Oh, I'll make you roll it in front of the table. I'll roll True Luck. Higher is good. High is always good for you. Higher means it starts moving away. Lower means it starts coming
I
closer.
rolled a 2 last time.
I rolled badly, so
16.
Okay, so you hear above you as this creature begins to move in a direction. There's like a rumbling along the earth as hundreds of legs are striking it, and you notice that it is moving away from you.
okay. Ari, Mordecai, out.
I'm gonna stealth out, I guess. Try not to be
Yeah, sure.
seen.
Why not?
Do we all stealth out? Are we all going out?
So mechanically stealth is half speed.
27.
Okay, got your stealth.
Are we all going out?
I guess we are going. Are you? I mean, if it's moving away, we're going to King
we don't have
Grimthorn.
to stealth the whole way, just till we get further from it.
Okay.
Wait, with all the smells and everything, since we were halfway to the Corpseweaver, is
Yep.
there any evidence in the catacombs that we saw that the Corpseweaver had, like, been in or, like, done any destruction?
Don't roll. You can infer pretty easily it has not breached the catacomb. It has not found it.
Being out of the catacomb, are we still poisoned?
No.
Okay,
only
great.
when you're in there.
Great.
I think we should stealth away solely because if it finds the catacomb, it's going to be 80 bodies harder to fight.
Okay, so I guess we'll stealth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stealth out.
I
of the
want
catacomb.
everyone to roll stealth.
17.
That's plus that 9.
Okay. So
What?
Did you roll a 10?
In my leather
So
armor.
what's your final stealth?
Final stealth would be 7.
Okay. So worst is 7 is what I'm hearing. Actually, this kind of matters because it's humongous. You would all need to make a cumulative sound loud enough for it to hear you over the stuff it's doing right now. So
I don't cast Toll
I'm gonna
Dead
take
on any
I'm gonna take the bottom 3 and I'm gonna add them together and we're gonna do some funky stuff. So Justin, who's next?
9, 9, and 7.
9, 9, to 7. Okay. So that is 25 total. Okay, this is gonna really matter. Just so you know, I'm not gonna.
We're
I'm
getting
not
ready
gonna.
to start the boss fight, or alternatively not.
So this creature has started moving away from you. We had established it was about 200 feet away. Let's say it's now 250 feet away. You're trying to take advantage of the fact that its back is basically turned on you. So I'm going to back is turned on you. So I'm gonna make it harder for it to roll. But Do you do anything else? And
Can I cast guidance on, him?
Yeah, you can cast it on yourself too.
Okay, I'll cast it on. I'll cast it on myself and just add a D4. I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Can I cast 13 guidance upon myself and add?
Okay,
a
so
D4?
you added 4.
Yeah, I added 4.
Okay,
Can
cool.
I cast guidance upon myself? And
Do you have it?
I do.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. This is where you would use it.
+2.
Okay.
I cast guidance on myself. I do not have it.
No. Cool. Okay.
It's a cantrip I can cast.
Okay,
it.
so
Yeah.
you went from 25 up to 31. Is this like net stealth that I'm making up for the sake of this encounter?
Very
now,
stealthy.
it's about to be really. This is going to be a really important roll. But to set the scene here, it is now feeding on some of the bodies that King Grimthorn has sent towards it, and some of the ones that are still on the battlefield, mutilated sort of corpses that still remain from a battle that was just fought. And as it is feeding, pulling in these flesh-like creatures, it is going to feel the ground for movement, and it is also going to smell. Now, what I need is to hear, in the most honest impression possible, or I should say, with your most honest take possible, what do your characters smell like?
Corpses.
Yep, but also, what I'm actually just asking for, like, what sorts of stuff do you carry on you? Is there anything interesting?
Metal.
I mean,
I carry ink.
Okay, ink, cool.
plants, herbs,
and
spices.
plants.
A
Got it.
bag of spell components.
Yep,
I've
got it.
She
like,
probably smells more like leather
bananas,
than anything else.
canonically.
Okay, cool.
I honestly probably just smell like any other zombie in armor. at
Yes,
this point.
perhaps. Yeah, you've been kind of like affected by this necrotic energy for a few weeks now. Okay, cool. Just asking in case this is relevant. So now we're gonna roll. So what I've decided to make it do is your team's cumulative stealth is 31.
Yep.
It needs to roll higher than that, disadvantage on 3 d20s. So because it's basically walking away from you. So where's my other d20? There it is. So I'm just gonna add it up, and I'm gonna tell you in front of you. If it rolls higher than a 31, it hears, smells you cumulatively, and notice that there's a pack of 5 juicy new creatures for it to devour, and it might decide to come after you. It may still not. First roll, disadvantage on its perception, and its perception is. Yep. Are you?
Sorry, I'm checking something with Lucky.
Okay. Oh, whether you can use it to affect this roll.
I can't.
Okay.
It's just you.
It's an attack roll against me. Yeah.
Okay. First roll was only a 7. Not so bad.
Hey.
Second roll, I'll roll and put it on the table. So it has, it's +2 on perception. That is a 12 and a, can't see, Jordan's grabbing it,
The one.
and an 8, making it a 10 total. So it is up to 17.
18? Is that how the...
If it hits a nat
What's the
20.
original number?
Yeah.
It's a
31.
disadvantage.
I always give ties to the players. So with disadvantage, it needs a 15 or higher in order to sense you.
Come on.
You hear as it pulls these things out, and with my beautiful new dice tower, a 2, which already tells you the answer, doesn't it? Oh no, it's stuck!
Throw another dice at it to get the other one stuck out of the second tree unstuck.
Yeah, unfortunately, this metal one's a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. That is okay. We'll fix it in a moment. Whatever. We already know what happened. It got a 21 out of a 31. So it fails to see you as it moves away, and you're able to stealthily get over to King Grimthorn. Now, of course, he sees you coming. You're in an open field, and he has lines of sight rather than just like these weird like sensory uses. And he immediately says, "Troops, stand down!" And he makes a gesture or command with his large, bulky arm, and suddenly you see that the zombies kneel down, allowing his cart to be lowered to the ground, and he very laboriously stands up, 8.5 feet tall, roughly 400 pounds of either muscle or fat and decaying flesh on his body. He steps forward, he looks at all of you, and he says, "You better have a good explanation for coming into my domain."
Does with my weeks of traveling on my own, have I been in his presence before?
You have not. You've always been sort of ousted by people he reports to. But to end us on a small cliffhanger, I will wrap it up and say, as he looks at all of you, you see that his troops stand still at the ready. Maybe not, erect, but simply attentive, waiting for that next command. And as the 5 of you convene with King Grimthorn of this zombie horde, you hear the sounds of flesh and rot in the distance as this Corpseweaver prepares for what might be its biggest meal yet. And that is where we are going to end our session. Thank you for tuning in to session 2 of the Umbral Harbingers, and check in next time to see what will happen of our heroes and the Corpseweaver. Thanks a bunch, and we'll sign off with our, our fun little theme song here.
Outro.
Here is our outro.
Do we need to turn it down?
Everyone say goodbye! Goodbye!